because it's a,
Moses was there.
oh, okay, because it is another man.
Where's Elaine?
Significant lack of community interest to this.
Mm-hmm. Scared everyone away. So I have 9 o'clock.
Yep. me too now.
Andrew, let us know when we're ready to go live, please.
Broadcasting live.
Thank you, and the volume from you was very low.
He did say we're live. Yeah, good morning, everyone. This is the meeting of the Town of Mono Council meeting for Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. This meeting is being conducted both in chambers and by means of electronic participation as permitted in Section 238, subsection 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, and the Town of Mono's procedural bylaw 2020-42. Residents can watch this meeting contemporaneously or later on our website. We do have a quorum. A reminder to everyone, the emergency exits are in the rear of the council chamber. We don't have an audience yet. Members are free to declare pecuniary interest at this point or any point in the course of the meeting. And Councillor Davey, could you do the land acknowledgement?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that the town of Mono resides within the traditional territory and the ancestral lands of the Tionotonte, the Adirondack, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. We also acknowledge that the town of Mono resides within the treaty lands named under Treaty 18, the Nottawasaga Purchase of 1818. These traditional territories upon which we live and learn are steeped in rich Indigenous history and traditions. It is with this statement that we declare to honor and respect the past and present connection of Indigenous people with this land, its waterways, and resources.
Thank you. And I have a motion that Council approves the agenda of session 18-2025 as amended by two things. Number one, the addition of the Strada Aggregates issue, and number two, an in-camera matter having to do with the Line 2 Developments OLT appeal. So subject to those two amendments, moved by Deputy Mayor Nix, seconded by Councillor Davey. And any opposed? Seeing none. And Councillor Capes has arrived. Good morning, Elaine. Can you hear us?
Good morning. Thank you. Sorry about the lateness.
That's okay. Next motion I have is the motion that the Council approves the minutes of session 17-2025 as circulated. Councillor Manctalo moves, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposed? And that motion is carried. I have one proclamation, World Town Planning Day. Whereas from the parks we enjoy to the streets we travel, to places we call home, the discipline known as planning is interwoven within our lives. Every day, planning professionals work in communities like the town of Mono, across the country and around the world to make a positive difference in how we live, work, and play. By leading the design and management of land and resources, planners help to protect our environment, promote health and well-being, preserve cultural heritage, and deliver community features that contribute to the better outcome for all. And whereas November 8th, 2025, the Canadian Institute of Planners will join with other planning organizations worldwide to celebrate World Town Planning Day. World Town Planning Day represents an opportunity to reflect on the vast accomplishments of planners and to encourage curiosity and collaboration in solving modern challenges. And whereas this year's theme is With Planning We Can, celebrates how planning empowers communities and creates pathways to prosperity. now on behalf of council, I do proclaim November 8th, 2025 as World Town Planning Day in the town of Mono. That brings us to question period. Right?
We have one question, Your Worship, that was submitted online in advance. Mr. Elwood asks on the status of the discharge of firearms bylaw.
Okay.
And I can let council know that, as previously reported, the intent is to give the public more than just a week's or 2 weeks' notice when it comes back. Date hasn't been set yet, and that is pending other council business, depending on how the budget goes, whether I'll be able to do that in December or if it'll have to be deferred to early in the new year. And I'll let council know as soon as I think I can get that scheduled.
Any comments of members of council? Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just would like to say that I understand that, this is taking us some time, and we do deliberate on these things very carefully. To thank everybody for their patience, and to just remind everybody, as Councillor Davey always says, that anybody watching now or watching later, we have all of the information on our website for reporting, and we encourage you to take use of that reporting. And if you have problems with that recording, of course, you can reach out. I will put myself out there. You can reach out to me if you have problems. I'm sure any member of council would be happy to receive comments, and staff would also welcome comments if you're having trouble finding the right people to contact or getting resolution. Anyway, I'll put that out there.
And I'd
So
further,
thank you, Mr. Elwood.
I'd further note for the record that we promote, I think very effectively now, the various hunting seasons as they occur. And that wasn't always the case, and certainly the province assumed that if you were a hunter, you knew when hunting season was, but that sort of missed all the people out there who are not hunters, but we now provide that information online for our citizens. That brings us to unfinished business and deferred items. The list of council business unfinished. Any questions, comments on that? Seeing none. The next item is Fred's memo on establishing a policy framework. Fred, would you like to set this up?
Sure. So, two things have prompted this, the preparation of this policy. One is every term of council, the clerk's office reviews the mandatory policies that council has to have in place, which we do have all of those in place. And also, it was brought up back in the service delivery report that a review of existing policies should be undertaken to ensure that all the other policies that we have. And while undertaking the review of the Section 270 policies, I'm not recommending any changes at this time. And the more broad review of policies, though, has led to this identifying that there's a number of councils or the town's policies that combined the governance aspect with the administrative aspect. And I'm recommending by making a policy that clearly outlines and delineates that there are two different types of policies. The ones that council passes that give direction on value judgments and levels of service and budgeting. And then the policies that might accompany that, that explain how we're going to execute council's direction. That should be a clear distinction, where right now, that's not always clearly defined, and many policies combine those two functions. And my report points out a few examples and what some of the pitfalls of doing that are. So with all that in mind, I'm recommending that council pass this new council policy or legislative policy that just clearly defines this so that in the future we have a framework and a guidance to use to help determine council versus administrative policies.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Fred?
Yeah, I think this is very good, Mr. Simpson. I'm not quite on board with your statement that there's a clear line between policies that council sets and administrative things that staff do. I think sometimes the line is a bit fuzzy. To give an example, if we went back 4 or 5 years ago, we had bylaws that had certain sanctions or fines set out in them, and we weren't all that active doing enforcement, which was really, the policy was there, the bylaw was there. It took council to sort of prompt staff to, and to give staff the budget to become more active with enforcement. So there was one case where, the policy is we have bylaws with things like fines in them. The administrative action is to implement that and to have enforcement officers out there doing it. And to tell you the truth, there was a bit of, it took a bit of council direction to get that really, really working. So that's just an example. I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, I agree with your paper. I think you're absolutely right. I'm just pointing out that sometimes the line between the two is a bit fuzzy.
Ralph?
Thanks, Fred. I appreciate this. It's an educational piece, I think, to me. I'm wondering what change, if any, this recommendation will bring.
So I think what council will see is when council's considering a legislative policy to establish those things that are clearly value judgments and balancing competing interests, that when staff is preparing a recommended policy, it will focus on those value judgments. And it will see less of the nuts and bolts on how to implement that policy. That will come as a second document. That council's given direction, the staff is to take a certain action. How staff will then physically execute that policy will be a separate document.
Melinda?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I agree. I think education, for everybody involved, the residents, again, because it's important that the residents understand, and the people who sit on council, who understand what the job is, right? That the job is decision-making, but not execution. And if the execution needs to change because of things, like, for example, the parking one is actually an example of where, had it been written a little differently, council wouldn't have had to get involved, because it was the change in the use of our roads that brought it about, which could have just been an internal through staff organized situation, right? If it had, but because they were melded together, it made it so that it had to be a council thing. So I think it helps this, if we do this, not only are we following the Municipal Act as you're supposed to, but it will streamline things and maybe make the whole to-do list thing be a little bit clearer. So I thank you very much for this.
Fred, the screen in front of me, which okay, I can see Elaine now, but this screen is frozen, so I wasn't able to see whether Elaine had anything. Elaine does have something.
Just for interest, for those who are interested, here is the Municipal Act that we follow. It's only this thick, and it's only that many pages. But there you have it.
Whoops, now she's gone.
I think we're rebooting.
Too many pages for the school.
Where'd you get that hard copy?
I've never seen that version before.
I only see it on the computer.
And that's a good point. If council would like
I have friends, and so the first term that I ran, like 2018,
Make a note.
10.
Annotated version.
I got a copy of this, and so I read it, you can see I've got markers in it, I've highlighted it, oh yeah.
Thank you. I guess my concern is that for anyone watching, in my view, council always has the recourse to jump into the other side of this, the administrative. If we feel that we could be doing something better or more effectively, I think we notwithstanding the policy, I think we reserve the right to jump in. To give one example, and this comes from what Fred was saying about the enforcement of our bylaws. At one point, I moved a motion that our priority from the standpoint of enforcement issues was concerned should be tractor trailers. Now, we could have left that determination to staff, but I think council decided that, hey, that this is a growing concern and should be something that council gives direction to staff to put an emphasis on. Am I misreading this? I think this is more of an in-principle document, which we in fact can moderate or change as we see fit.
I think the example you gave, Your Worship, is bang on. It's a value judgment on where to allocate resources. That's a council responsibility, not a staff task. So for council to establish a priority, that would absolutely remain within council's purview. Again, how staff then executes that is a staff function, and then it's council's job on a matter of controllership to ensure that staff is carrying out council's directions. So that's exactly the way the Municipal Act envisions things to occur.
Melinda?
Yes, thank you. So, so for clarification, the way it actually works, though, is as you say, there was something, the jump-in thing is good, but it's a decision that's made all by council. And I think a lot of quandaries come when council members are not, and not us, I suppose, certainly not me, interfere is too strong of a word, but as opposed to bringing it as you did to a council meeting to have everybody decide to change the direction or emphasize the direction for the administration. I think there are some towns where you hear about people who are, the staff is having difficulty getting too many messages, right? So, do we have an example? Do we have an example where we've ended up changing something yet because our policy that we have has been difficult to implement?
Not yet, because in the examples that I've come across, they're council policy, so they have to go back to council to be amended. So that will still occur. An example would be the Adopt a Road program, right? That's a program established by council, but the bylaw includes the nuts and bolts on how to execute it. And staff have wanted to change the execution process of that, but we can't. Right? So you will see at some point that come to council. There are other examples along that lines where programs are created, then the policy to create the program goes into arguably too much detail on how to execute the program. So those are the things that you'll see change.
Right, so, and your document, for perhaps public who hasn't read it, and your document points that out when we've had technological advancements and yet the policy hasn't been changed and still requires things be done in person or on paper or whatever, and we can't do them electronically, right?
Correct.
Ralph?
For greater clarity for myself and perhaps others, does that mean that administrative policies will be written by staff?
That's correct. They'll be written by staff and approved at a staff level. The CAO will determine who has the approval authority for any given, because he can delegate that or assume it himself.
So, just to the issue of the policy or the implementation part, we have a policy on bylaw enforcement. The policy is written by staff, but under your suggestion here, does that still come to council for approval, or does it preclude council from changing aspects of the policy?
Well, the example that you gave, Your Worship, was a council policy, so that was approved by council. That policy, again, covers both the council side and the staff side. When we get to the point of cleaning some of these up, staff policies will be strictly that, staff policies. They'll go on Schedule A so that council's aware of what the administration is up to, again, to ensure its role of controllership is maintained. But the policy itself would be strictly a staff policy. And there are, as shown in my report, there are a number of policies that are currently strictly staff policies. Many of the HR policies and the cybersecurity policies are currently administrative only.
But there's nothing in this precluding council from weighing in if it feels it's appropriate.
It's council's job is controllership, so at any time that it's not happy with the way the administration is functioning is a conversation between staff and the administration as represented through this, or led through the CAO.
Okay. Elaine, did you have something? No? Oh, okay.
Thank you. I just want to throw in some words here. Rather than calling it staff policy, it's the town's policies, all of them. And so it's more that we're talking about procedural and operational and executional policy. Is that correct, Fred?
Absolutely, Councillor Cape. So I've used the term legislative policy and administrative policies to try to represent those two concepts.
Yeah. Okay, so that's clear. And I do agree that at any time we can have a conversation about those procedural or operational policies. And, you know, that, like the whole, what do you call it, permitting for tennis courts and things like that. I mean, staff do bring those to us, and we can say, we'd like to change that. Like we agreed we would charge for the use of those courts, and then it's for the staff to determine how to appropriately charge and register people and all of that good stuff. But it's still for us to know what that looks like, just so we can answer questions if people ask us. So I appreciate this report.
Any further comments before I call the question? So I have a motion that we receive the clerk's report entitled Establishing a Policy Framework, dated the 11th of August 2025, and that we adopt the Municipal Policy Governance Framework. Moved by Councillor Davey, seconded by Councillor Mantelo. Any opposition? And that motion is carried. Next item is fees and charges bylaw, administrative and finance departments. Who would like to lead from a staff standpoint on this?
So your council, you'll recall that you reviewed both of these at the previous meeting, but due to time constraints and other matters, they weren't approved by council. So council had gone through the finance schedule and was working its way, and I believe had reviewed all of the admin, but if not, this is the opportunity to finish that review.
Okay. I think we've had a lot of feedback on the issue of the fire permit. So Fred?
That's what I was going to speak to. I disagree with the $30 permit. I think it'll just deter people from reporting or getting a fire permit, and they'll just go ahead and have fires, and they won't pay the fee, and we won't have any information as to where these fires are located.
Melinda?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I hear you, and certainly when I read this the first time, one always thinks from their personal thing. I think, oops, my dogs are going to cost me more money, and my fires are going to cost me more money. But I hear all of the residents who have said it. But come on, it's $30, and there's an administration. That the point of the fees is that there is a cost to the town to administer these things, and that we should consider ourselves very lucky as the town to have had this freebie been given for a long time. But we have restraints on our staff numbers, and there's only so many hours in the day, and yes, it's now an electronic thing that, oh, it's just a button push, but we're not in the AI world yet. There are eyeballs that go on this, and there is staff time, and I think that it's a very sad state to assume that our Mono residents are not law abiding and will not have permits, and I would assume that they would appreciate that everybody's time is worth money, and it's only $30.
Thank you. Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. I too, I have trouble with this, and I guess I have a question about what other municipalities in Dufferin County charge for this fire burn permit? Do we know?
I can tell you, at least in one municipality, Mulmer, there are no fire permits. So there's obviously no charge. I'm not sure of the other municipalities.
I'm not positive of what's charged at the various municipalities. I'll have to investigate that. As I'd mentioned when this was spoken to at the last meeting, Melanchthon has passed a resolution asking all Dufferin municipalities to review their fire bylaws with the goal of having a common fire bylaw across the county. So each town would have its own, but they would be rationalized. So the Dufferin clerks have already established a group to undertake this and have scheduled meetings with the various fire chiefs. So the goal is to have a common fire bylaw, and the idea of a fee may be discussed at that time, but we'll certainly have a better understanding when we go through that process of what every municipality is going to do. If council wishes to leave this fee pending until that review is complete and a new bylaw comes back, and that at that time we can inform council of what the other municipalities are doing and whether we even think a fire permit's required or not.
Okay.
Ralph, and then Fred.
Thank you for the answer to that question, and I would be happy with that.
I'm a little confused that we approve the fee pending or that we leave it alone pending.
It's council's determination. My recommendation would be that we do not institute a $30 or any fee, any change to the fee, until such time as we come back with a proposed amendment to the fire bylaw. And that comes with a recommendation on fees and permits.
Ralph?
Right.
I think that I can support that. I think both Fred and Melinda make good points, but the practical point is that there are fires right now which there aren't permits being requested, and if we can minimize that by making it a no-fee situation, I think that's the way to go.
Okay. Fred?
And I just want to put a pitch in for having as many people who want to have fires having a permit. And to do that, it should be at no cost. And the reason I emphasize that that's what we need to do is we had the example last summer. We get a no burn period for everybody except Orangeville. And the beauty of the permit system is now all the fire departments have a record. Who's got permits for fires? Send out an email. There's no, so we tell everybody who's got a permit, no burning for the next month or whatever it is, right? So we can contact those people. If we scare people off with a $30 fee, we lose that ability for at least some of them, okay?
Okay. Ralph?
I have a couple of others that I'd like to question. One is the backyard chicken fee, which the initial fee is $250. I think this is going to prevent anybody who's interested, unless they're very altruistic, from having chickens, because I think the limit is 4 chickens, isn't it, Fred?
That's what the bylaw
Yeah, so
proposes.
so they've got $60 a chicken there right now. I think that it's going to prevent people from having backyard chickens, and I don't think that's our intention. So I would, I think that the basis of these fees are that recognizes the real cost of to the town, but I think it'd be worth dropping that fee to about half that price to try and facilitate the use of the bylaw, which otherwise I think is just going to gain dust. That's one question. The other one is about tree harvesting. The tree harvesting fee has gone up from 500 to 1,000 for the first level. And I recognize that the tree harvesting fee, the last one was, I think, 2014. I'm wondering if there's that much increase in expenses for us, because it seems to me to be a fairly large fee, and it applies to anybody who harvests, I think, over 4 or 5 cords of wood.
So yes, it has gone up significantly, but as noted, it's also over a fairly long time span since it was first set. The fees charged to the town are significant in that it's not only staff time, but we do contract a professional to review those applications, so we are directly invoiced. So this proposed fee is reflective of those costs.
Just to be clear on this, it becomes very expensive for somebody who has a woodlot who wants to harvest a few trees, because they also have to hire a forester to document things. So I think it's a negative for people who
It
who
doesn't
have
apply
forests.
to managed forest
No.
properties, I gather.
Oh, no, it does.
No, our current bylaw states that if you have a forest management plan and you're doing a harvest under the auspice of that plan by a professional harvester, then there's no fee. Though we still incur a cost, because we still have that harvest plan reviewed, but the bylaw currently states there's no fee. So till we amend that bylaw, we can't bring a fee in for that. It's those people who do not have a forest management plan and intend on a harvest large enough that it requires a permit, this fee would apply. And again, this is recommended only at this level because it's reflective of our actual costs.
Just before I recognize Elaine, how many of these do we have a year?
Very few, in all honesty. Most harvests are done under a forest management plan that we've seen in the last 3 or 4 years, and prior to that, I'd have to do a little more research. It was handled by the planning department previously.
Fingers of one hand?
Potentially.
Okay. Elaine?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just do want to make a comment about the chicken bylaw. The backyard chicken bylaw involves a lot more than what the other permits do. There has to be somebody to inspect that somebody's built the right chicken coop and the right environment for the chickens. We have probably more opportunity for bylaw to be involved, and I think that that fee is set accordingly, because it's more staff time than if you were to compare that to a fire burn permit. Also, I noticed that the Proof of Life Commission is now 0, and I wondered why we wouldn't charge something for that. And then I bring this up again, the sign bylaw, strongly believe should require deposit for removal, because we have a number of skeletons around Mono where the people up and left and did not take down those signs that they had approval for. And some of them are pretty ugly structures. And so those people have skipped. And, it costs us money if we have to take those signs down. But I think there should be a deposit to encourage people who do construct those signs to then remove them to get their deposit back.
Okay, so if I address your first question first, Councillor Capes, and that is the proof of life. Currently, we don't charge for any commissioning service.
Oh, right.
So this is adding a charge with the exception of proof of life. And I'm recommending to not charge for those because that is, a proof of life is always being a pensioner who has to, who's receiving a foreign pension and requires this annually in order to receive their pension. And I'm recommending that that is a reasonable accommodation for those individuals.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. So it's annually they need to do that. Wow.
It's true.
And then, of course, I have problem with the charges. And I know that they're set by the Act. But 10.5 does not make it clear what the cost is. And do we, oh no, sorry, I think I'm getting ahead of myself.
Can we
Well, I
just-
guess I wanted to ask the question, do we charge people who make nuisance calls?
Where are we?
No. Can we just return to the sign issue?
Yeah, yep, thank you.
How many applications do we get in a year? And is it feasible to expect a deposit when some of these signs end up being, they end up being up for decades? And the ones that are the problem, and I agree with Elaine, they should come down, and they'll probably have to come down at our expense. But they're decades old.
And I believe that would be the difficult part of administering it, Your Worship. We get half a dozen sign applications a year. They're almost always commercial businesses. The anticipation is they're going to be up a very long time. So it's not like a planning application deposit where at the end of the application you're going to get any balance back. This would be something that the finance department would have to administer for years and potentially decades.
I don't know if this is feasible, but presumably the property owner has derived a benefit at one point of renting out a location to a sign. Is it feasible to send that property owner a bill for the cost of deconstructing a derelict sign?
So if we're talking third-party signs, Your Worship, where a property owner is allowing, we don't allow third-party signs in the town of Mono. There are several legal non-conforming on Highway
Yes.
10.
Yes.
But that's why they're there. They're legal non-conforming. So if those signs get to the point where they needed to be repaired, we wouldn't permit it because they would have to come into compliance with the current
And our sign
bylaw.
bylaw does give us the power to take those signs down.
Correct. If they need significant repair or replacement at that point, we can insist, as opposed to routine maintenance and just changing the advertising. But other than those very few third-party advertising signs on Highway 10, they're not permitted anywhere else in the town of Mono.
Okay. Any further questions, comments? So it looks to me like we might want to amend a motion to state with the exception of the fire bylaw, because we're in a position of wait and see on that. Is there appetite to move an amendment to the chicken comment thing? I put that to those who express the view, and we can vote accordingly.
Well,
I'd stay with my comments. I think it's,
I think both Ralph and Elaine have made good points, but I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to come down on Ralph's side. I mean, I don't think it's $60 a chicken. I mean, what's the point? Effectively, what we're saying to people is, you're not gonna have backyard chickens.
And we've spent far too much time on chicken.
Well, for one person who wants some chickens in town, just to keep that note in front. I mean, a chicken itself doesn't cost very much money, but the bylaw, and Elaine has brought this up about how not only do we need to inspect, but they need to put some effort into building the coop and organizing and everything. So this isn't, having chickens in the back garden is not a free thing. It's not that, oh, I'm going to get my food for free, right? Yeah, it is something that costs, and in order for us to make it the best for all the people, the neighbors around and everything, we've spent, as the mayor points out, an inordinate amount of time on trying to get this right. So, yeah, I think that the fee, yes, the fee is there, but I think that it's reasonable for this pilot. Again, that's the other thing. We're talking, this backyard chicken thing is only a short period of time. So if you really want to do it, yeah, stuff costs money.
Okay, I think to scope this appropriately, we should entertain a motion or not, one or the other.
okay. Would you like me to?
Sure.
I'll attempt to articulate a motion that we reduce the backyard chicken fee, the initial fee, from $250 to $125 in the hope that we'll encourage people to do this if they so wish.
Second that? Okay.
So if I could, Your Worship, if I could just clarify that. So that was the initial application fee, and
Yes.
taking it from $250 to
$125
$125. Any change to the
annual
annual fee?
from 75 to 50.
So let me just,
75 to 50? Okay. So you're in concurrence on that? Okay. Any other amendments? And I'll call the amendments in the reverse order. So the amendment, the first amendment is that the initial chicken permit fee be reduced from $250 to $125, and the annual from 75 to 50. We have a mover and seconder on that. Those in favor? And that motion carries. The second motion is that we exempt the fire bylaw fee for the time being.
It should be held in abeyance, shouldn't it?
Well, just
Okay.
yeah, I think we aren't going to implement it pending the review by the other municipalities. Do we need a vote on that?
Well, before, can I ask a question? So the Dufferin County clerks are meeting with the Dufferin chiefs and trying to come up with a common individual town fire bylaw. Is the intent to make it one bylaw, or will there be, is your thought that there's still going to be variation in them, or not?
so every municipality will still have its own bylaw, but the goal is to rationalize them so that they're as similar as possible, specifically to the extent of how the fire departments would handle them, which would include how they handle
Permits.
well, they don't handle the permits themselves, but how they respond to them and what they tell the residents.
Right.
Well, as an example, I think if each municipality had different times that you could have an outdoor fire. That would be very confusing to the responding fire departments. You know, it's MOMR, it's got to be this, it's mono, it's that. That kind of harmonization, I think, is a positive thing. Okay, I think we have a consensus on the fire. We don't need a motion on that. Okay, so I have a main motion is that we approve the new administrative department and finance department fees as previously amended. Do I have a mover on that? Councillor Manctilo, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposition to it? That motion is carried. Now we go to Public Works. And it's also fees and charges, bylaw for Public Works.
Yeah, thank you. So staff looked at all the current fees, and we brought over all the fees from the existing water bylaw, which we'll be bringing back to council in the future. So all the fees and charges from the current water bylaw are now with fees and charges. Happy to answer any questions with respect to the changes.
Any questions on this? So these fees on the water issues, that goes into the sequestered reserve to be used for the maintenance of the water system, is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
And then things like entrance permit fee and road occupancy, road filming permit, those are quite separate and apart.
That's correct.
Matt, what's the purpose of having these? I understand some of why we would need deposits, but take the first one, the entrance permit. The fee is $200, and we require a deposit of $2,000. Why?
Yeah, you're looking at the wrong one. It's 400 and 2,500, but.
Where
same
am
as
I?
your question.
I'm under Public Works Department.
You
This
want
is
the one that
Schedule
says
D.
draft across.
Yeah,
Schedule B. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Matt, forget that. Schedule B.
It's the same. There's still a.
That's planning.
There's still a fee and a deposit, so
No,
your
we're under
question
Public
still
Works.
stands.
My Schedule B is Planning Department.
You just, what you're looking at, Deputy Mayor Nix, is a copy of the existing bylaw. If you scroll past that to the next item, you'll find the new Public Works Department fees.
I'm scrolling.
It says draft across it.
Schedule E, Recreation Department, my goodness.
So
Matt, just out of curiosity, on some of these where there's a deposit required, how often do we access that deposit, and how often does the full deposit get returned to the applicant?
thank you for the question, Mayor Krillman. A lot of the time it has to do with utility companies or contractors that are hired by the owner to construct an entrance or do something on their property. So they're offloading equipment on the side of the road, they're damaging the asphalt. As council is aware, we have a lot of capital requests in the public works budget, and any damage to town infrastructure, whether it be curb stops or mainline valves, cracking of the asphalt, sidewalks, all that type of thing, it's expensive to fix. So it's appropriate, especially with the cost of everything these days. And then we have a lot of, well, we don't have a lot. The deposit's there to secure that the entrance is constructed to town standard. So we're very specific on our requirements for constructing a new entrance, from the location, the grading. If it requires a culvert, and if it's not constructed, we have that deposit in our hand. It's more held on the utility side of things. Like, for instance, we have a lot of fiber optic going in right now. There's a lot of damage, there's a lot of deficiencies that Public Works goes out and oversees and collects those deficiencies. We get them from residents, we receive them ourselves, and we compile those, and then we have that security in-house. Once it goes beyond the $2,500 range, we start to look at insurance, because we collect the contractor's insurance that's working within the town's right-of-way.
So just on the entrance permit or a situation where a culvert is installed and the culvert is undersized or is too long, is that where we would sit on the deposit?
That's not overly common.
I can think of one instance.
Yeah, we don't, so a lot of time, like, we ask them to, it has to be excavated. You can't just plop a culvert in the ditch, right? You have to do the grading, you have to take out the native material, the vegetation and all that, put in new gravel, backfill. We give them a specification for that, an OPSD, Ontario Provincial Standard Drawing for installation. So if it's not installed right, ultimately it comes back on the town, whether it be a year, 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now, whether it's undermined or it starts to impede flow or whatnot. And that's just for culverts, for instance. So, or they hump up. If they don't have a proper gravel base and gravel around them, they start to heave, and then they need to be fixed by the town staff. Ultimately, when we give the final permit to the applicant or the owner, the town takes responsibility for that driveway apron from the property line right to the edge of gravel or edge of the traveled shoulder. So we want it built properly, and if they don't want to build it properly, we keep their $2,500 so we could build it properly. And really, $2,500 still doesn't cover the cost to install an entrance today. So that's a lot of the time that we run the risk. I would say it's probably about, and then a lot of time we don't get contractors coming back to collect the $2,500 anyway. We have the odd person that we're happy to work with. If they say we're going to come in and we'll have the entrance done today, we'll hold their deposit and we won't cash the check, and we'll return it if they're promising us they'll have it done that week. But the $2,500 is there to secure it, to make sure that the entrance is built properly.
Fred?
Just a very, very minor point, I understand, and that's good. So if it's built properly, you give the deposit back.
Correct.
I would like to point out, the county also, for county roads, has a policy like this, but they don't give the deposit back until you've seeded the new entranceway and until the grass turns green. So when you've built your entranceway in late August, and you go to get your deposit back, even you build everything to standard and you've had it looked at, no, you can't have your money until that grass turns green, which in late August, and my hose doesn't reach that far, is a bit awkward, okay? I hope you're not that strict.
Thank you for the note. Yeah, we try to be as reasonable as possible. We work with people. We're not trying to make it harder for them to build things. We try to expedite the permits when they come in. We give them reasonable conditions to meet, and we try to return and get them off the books. I think it was 2019, just pre-pandemic, we sent a letter out to every outstanding entrance in the town, and we said, you have until X date to collect to meet the conditions of your permit and contact us to go out and have a final inspection. I want to say we got maybe 50%. A lot of people were happy to hear, thank you, it's not too often the town reaches out to give me money, want to give me money back. And then there was others that just didn't worry about the fee and the deposit. We've increased it to an appropriate amount, and I would say that the deposit's still, like I said, not an appropriate amount to actually construct it, even with town services, resources. So anyway, those are the numbers.
I understand, yeah.
Okay, any further questions, comments? I have a motion that we approve the proposed new Public Works Department and Finance Department fees. Moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposition? That motion is carried. And that brings us to noise bylaw second reading. So, Fred, I see you have a memo with suggested changes to date and some opinion from Mr. Dre as to the efficacy of one of those schedules.
Yeah, so as council directed, we looked into whether one of the schedules should or could be either eliminated or modified by stating that these were examples. As noted in my report, Mr. Dre doesn't recommend those, and the report details why. And then the other change that council directed to be made is reflected in this current draft, and that's to change the times on Schedule B so that they're all the same, from one evening to the same time the next morning. So this version reflects all the changes as council asked for when it was last looked at.
Fred?
Yeah, and even though I don't still understand why we have Schedule A, I'm prepared to accept Mr. Dre's comments. But I have two of my own, at least I thought I had two, at least I have one no, I have two. My first comment on Schedule C, and I think I've got at least a dozen emails on this subject. I'm wondering, these are the exceptions, and one of the exceptions is the annual Orangeville Fall Fair. And I'm wondering, I'm not suggesting just yet, shouldn't we put, some of the emails I get don't want an exception for the Fall Fair, at least they want us to be able to write conditions. I'm prepared to sort of say the Fall Fair should have an exception, but I'm wondering if we shouldn't put a timeline on that exception, like 9 a.m. to midnight or something, so that things don't get unreasonable. I put that out as a question to my fellow councillors.
Councillor Davey?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yes, Deputy Mayor Nix, I brought this up at the last meeting, the last time we looked at this, and you all said, no, we can't, and so it stands in there, and yet we then had right then the example that the Orangeville Fall Fair was hosting an after party. And that went till after midnight. And then we've received emails that they've had, another monster truck thing and another whatever. And so I think that our bylaws should not, I think just as a general policy, and I'm alone in this, but I think they should not itemize and label certain people ever. And because it puts you in a bind. And it makes for difficult discussion. If we've got a process in place with this new bylaw that you'll come as an entity who wants something and speak to us, and if it only happens once a year, we do meet every 2 weeks, so I don't think it's that big of a deal for every year to have the Orangeville Fall Fair on our list. What are you doing this year? What new have you got? So that there is a public-facing discussion about what they're planning, at least for the when do they hold it? It's Labor Day weekend, right, or something? So I'm pleased that we had so many residents speak up and send us all emails, because then we know that there is it's not just one person over here swinging in the breeze. It actually is something that the public is asking us for.
So I'm interested in this change. How would you word you have a motion, or how would you word the change?
Personally, I would just remove it. It's not exempt. It falls into the category, the agricultural center, as does the CVC, falls into the category of people entities who need to come forward when they want to have something that's outside of our bylaw.
Well, so as I see it, if I can continue, Your Honor, that's one possibility, is just remove it, or we could leave it there with the addition of something like that the Orangeville Fall Fair is exempt, with understanding that council will approve their amplified sound schedule, something like that. I see those as two options.
Here's the result of removing it entirely, and that is that it then falls into potentially the special event where a license has been issued by the town in accordance with the town's bylaws. And that goes back to the 1985 bylaw, but I think the cleaner solution, I'm going to support Councillor Davey on this, the cleaner solution is to remove the exemption altogether, and then the event center has to come to us as a process, and they'll be required to flag such things as after parties, which came as a complete blindside to me and probably to other members of this council, and certainly the community surrounding.
Okay, and I'll go with you, you're fine. But I had, sorry, Elaine, I had 2 points. Can I if Elaine wants to go ahead, that's fine, but I had a second point at some time.
Okay, and then Elaine.
And then
Elaine, do you want to go first? And then I'll let Fred.
No, Fred, you go first. I'll
okay.
wait. No problem.
This is a question I've asked before of the clerk, and I'm asking it because I want me to understand and the public to understand. If this bylaw passes as it now is, and next year, the Orangeville Agricultural Center had a monster truck event, it doesn't matter what day, doesn't matter what time of the day, and once we've written the policy on how many complaints we have to receive before we say that section no, the noise, the basic prohibition. No person shall emit or permit a cause to be emitted or made noise, right? Once we've written the policy on how many complaints we need to receive for that to click in, we could, in effect, lay a charge or say to the Orangeville Event Center, that's not allowed, right? Once we've got the policy written. So this bylaw would take care of situations like that. Am I correct, Mr. Simpson?
Yes, you are, Deputy Mayor. Next, the way the bylaw is currently written, an event that was so loud that it generally created noise that was likely to disturb, that would be in violation of the bylaw, and something like the monster truck event appears to meet that threshold.
And how long will it take to write the policy about when we enforce? I'm not sure. Explain why we need the policy and when it'll be written.
So the policy is to provide guidance to bylaw enforcement to define what is likely to disturb the inhabitants of the community. So it has to be able to address something as simple as a barking dog or a one-off party to something as significant as the monster truck event. Concurrent to that, Council has suggested and put into this bylaw that we may want to enter into one-off agreements with certain landowners, including the OAS. So if that were the event, we would also be tackling that. And in an agreement like that, we could put in a number of terms and conditions that would then alleviate the OAS from having to come for an exemption each year because it would be written into an agreement that might stand for 3 or 4 years.
My question was when. And just a minute. My brain is going foggy. When are we going to do this? And making such a decision as to whether or not this qualifies as a site-specific agreement or whether there's a policy saying to enforcement officers how many complaints we need to hear for such a thing. Is that an administrative policy or a legislative policy?
So a matter of how bylaw enforcement conducts its activities and how it proceeds with enforcement, I would suggest is an administrative policy. Council has set the requirement on what noise is, and now staff has to execute that, and council has to ensure that they're satisfied with the work that the administration department's doing. An agreement with an organization, that would be a council policy, because you're entering into an agreement with the organization that would set a number of terms and conditions. Those are value judgments by council.
Elaine, just the big question is I haven't heard when. That was my main question.
If you're looking for a date, I'm afraid I'm not in a position to give you a date yet on delivery, establishment of a policy. Notwithstanding a formal policy, bylaw enforcement will be enforcing this policy, this bylaw, as soon as it becomes effective.
By way of complaint or the bylaw enforcement officer hears with their own ears the problem. So it could be either way, according to our current bylaw enforcement policy. Because we do give our bylaw officers a discretion in that policy to lay a charge or do an investigation without a formal complaint.
That's correct.
Yeah. Elaine?
Thank you. In that we all want to support our agricultural community, and in that there's been motions passed both at this council and at the county council level, and forgive my dog, she wants to participate in this conversation too.
A parking dog.
I really believe, oh, just a minute. I really believe we need to support the fall fair, but we need to define perhaps in the definitions what a fall fair can include. And it doesn't include monster trucks, and it doesn't include an after party, but it may include, like, I think we should set some policy around that by investigating what other fall fairs do.
But Elaine, doesn't that come into play when the event center approaches us to talk about what their plans are, such that they aren't going to attract the attention of the bylaw enforcement people? I don't think we can build it into this. We can't build into this bylaw a definition of what a fall fair constitutes.
And then we make it such that they have to come and apply for agreement to what they want to host.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Fred, just before I forget, and then Ralph, I have a question. The monster truck issue, which is top of mind here because of the recent number of complaints, is that captured by under Prohibitions 1D, racing of a vehicle other than in a lawful racing event?
Well, whether that comes under 1D or 3.1, right? So that's, that depends on the specifics of the event, but 3.1, no person shall emit, make, or permit, or cause noise to be emitted that makes noise.
Okay.
So I'm not sure we have to necessarily have the charges that refined, but that'll be a discussion that I have with our prosecutor.
Okay, Ralph?
Well, I've had many, as all of you have, had many pieces of input from the community, which I really appreciate because it's our job to deal with the interests of the community. And one of the most common ones was the concern for amplified sound. For some reason, we don't have that anymore in Schedule A. I feel as you do, Fred, that we just don't really need Schedule A because we've defined noise, and that definition should be adequate. But I also recognize that Mr. Dre feels that by including various things, it makes the prosecutions easier. Yeah. So why have we left off the? I won't read the whole. It just disappeared.
Amplified sound is
Just
in
number
there.
one.
It's A,
Operation of a stereo.
or other
Oh,
electronic
in a
device
vehicle. Yeah,
designed.
then it's a.
I don't think it's there, Your Honor. It's the first one from Orangeville, and I had it pulled it up, but I don't have it anymore. But the first one that Orangeville lists is the amplified sound, and that applies to events at both the Credit Valley Conservation Center, and also at the OAS. And we've removed it. I don't know why we removed it. I think it should be back in there.
So I think
unless
there's a bit of a
Fred will
problem
answer
here.
that. Fred will answer.
Fred, by saying that the amplified sound in or on a vehicle, why aren't we just simply saying amplified sound?
So council will recall that in Schedule B, prohibitions by time and place, it used to state when you could and couldn't have amplified sound. Right? That was removed from Schedule B. The reason I'm not recommending it to Schedule A is if you notice the items in Schedule A, there's very specific on what the cause is, right? Amplified sound from a vehicle, various things. If you say you cannot have amplified sound, period, you can't turn a stereo on ever, right? So you'd have to say amplified sound, under what terms and conditions is the amplified sound not allowed? Because I don't think council wants to shut down a radio on someone's backyard, right? So you have to be very careful on that. And that's why it was in Schedule B. But by removing it from Schedule B, now, if it's noise, it's not permitted, right?
So the default is 3.2.
So I can continue with this?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. That makes good sense, Fred, but having left it out, I think we should put it in but qualify it. We should qualify it by saying something like, da, 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 and by its volume or nature is likely to disturb the inhabitants. I don't see why we've left it out when we have specified, I think there's 8 different areas there that Mr. Dre would like specified so that he can prosecute better. And this should be one of those areas. It's the area that we get most of our complaints from.
It is. It's also the area that I think is most controversial in that it takes an assessment and a determination. We're going to use a certain number of neighbors are disturbed by that. But if you look at the examples on Schedule A, the operation of a stereo in a vehicle that can be heard outside the vehicle. So you can still operate a stereo in a vehicle if you can't hear it, right? Persistent barking in the example of number 2, right? The operation of construction equipment without an exhaust system. So there's always a caveat, and I don't know what council would use as a caveat for amplified sound, right? If it's noise, it's already captured in the general prohibitions. Each one of these items are very specific in what their prohibition is and how you would conduct that operation without being an offense.
So
And that's why it's not in Schedule A, unless you include some kind of qualifier, and I haven't got a recommendation on what that qualifier would be.
So all of these are items are considered to be noise. They're likely to disturb the inhabitants, right?
They are, but there's a way of conducting this operation that is an offense and a way of doing it that isn't an offense. Each item here recognizes that.
Right. So amplified sound would be recognized as a qualifying for if it was identified as disturbing the inhabitants. That's the basic line that we have here. Noise is a sound or vibration at the point of reception by its
Right.
volume or nature. It's likely to disturb the inhabitants. I think disturbs the key word there. Can't you put that in?
I don't recommend it. Council can do it if they wish, but that's already captured in the bylaw. If it's noise that disturbs, it's captured in the bylaw. These are all, in Schedule A, these are examples of specific activities where if you conduct them in a certain way, they're noise. Otherwise, they're still permitted, right? So that's what the amplification is, perhaps not a good word. The expansion is on it's just noise. It's noise created under these specific conditions that aren't addressed elsewhere in the bylaw. That's why they're on Schedule A.
I had something.
Go ahead and then.
Thanks very much. So for the clarification, I mean, I do know that we've heard from a lot of people. There's another municipality in Dufferin that has a new noise bylaw that everybody would like us to just adopt. And I think that the amplified sound, we have had it in our bylaw to say that you can't have amplified sound after 5 p.m. and has been a problem. But there was never a prohibition that you couldn't have amplified sound. It was that it was in the evening, right? That during the day you can. So I agree that by adding in the detail of it, it just kind of hamstrings us a little bit where that isn't really the intention. People are allowed to have a picnic with a radio and ride their bicycle in the which I don't know why people do, but they do, ride their bicycle with a speaker and so on, but not after 10 p.m. and not before 7 a.m. With just the idea of the stereo equipment. Because the big discussion on the amplified sound came from the CBC with that picnic area that they have as a no radio picnic area, right? And that's nice because the CBC has the ability to offer radio picnic areas, and this one is a no radio picnic area, right? Like there's the
True, and
ability.
also it came from the Ag Center.
And the Ag Center did
Yeah,
too?
yeah.
Well, the Ag Center, okay, so that was another question that I wanted to ask, that the special event one that we've got, bringing back to the Ag Center, the first time that there was a real ongoing problem with the Ag Center while we've been going around with this noise thing, was that they had the band, but they had the band inside. And they said that because it was inside, it didn't, and it was kind of like, well, wait a second, noise that affects you, it doesn't matter where the noise is coming from, if it affects you. And the wording on our special event thing says outdoors.
Yeah, for special events, it does say it's talking about a large outdoor event. The general prohibition on amplified noise or that isn't covered by that specifically. But you're right. So there is a section in this bylaw that is trying to address specifically large outdoor events.
But we also are we also, is my question, when we're going through this, are we also concerned with large indoor events? Because now everybody is really hot in here, let's open up the window, now you might as well be outside, and so you really are disturbing. And plus the thump part goes through even if your windows are closed, so the more detail we add into it, the trickier it gets. So I would kind of argue maybe we should take out the outdoor phrase there and just say events in general to not tie our hands later. And likewise with the you can't make noise to disturb people. And so if your radio and your music in your garden before 10 o'clock, at least that gives your neighbors, well, they're going to turn it off at 10 at least. Or if it's really terrible and obnoxious, then they do have the right to complain.
Fred? And
Just as a suggestion, and I think this has been made before, but I still think that Schedule A, I agree if Mr. Dre thinks we need it, fine, I'm prepared to accept that. But I think it's going to lead to some confusion on the part of our residents who, they'll say, oh, this is what is prohibited. So as a minor suggestion, what if in the very opening clause of Schedule A, we said, in accordance with Section 3.2 of this bylaw, examples of activities that make examples. So everyone knows now Schedule A is examples.
Well, that was the original question, and also the one posed to Mr. Dre, and Mr. Dre's response was, then you can't go to court with Schedule A, because Schedule A is no longer a specific offense. So the idea was
What?
that the idea of Schedule A is that these are very specific offenses, so therefore you don't have to walk the defense through the entire bylaw. You can just refer to Schedule A, this is an offense, it was committed because here's the evidence.
Sorry,
If you-
how does putting the word examples of?
Because it's no longer an offense. It's an example. It's not an offense. According to Mr. Dre, let me add that to it. According to Mr. Dre, if you state these are examples, as opposed to you state these are offenses, in law, there's a difference.
So to clarify then for you, so these are ones where if you're taking to defense, you just have to point the person to 1C, but that doesn't preclude something else having been offensive to somebody and be, give a whack at prosecuting.
I get that. I'm just saying, I think there's going to be some confusion.
Of course there is.
I think the issue is addressed with language, doesn't make them examples, but it's prohibitions, including but not limited to.
Well, okay. Okay, that would do the-
That's a good
that's a
addition.
good-
that would do the
Okay.
same thing, yeah.
And what you don't want is, first and foremost, you're prosecuting on the basis of 3.1 or 3.2. But I think if you have language which says that these, but not limited to, it opens up the avenue for that quirky oddball thing that in fact is covered by 3.2 or 3.1. But you don't, conversely, you don't want somebody reading Schedule 2 and saying, well, I don't see the kind of noise that I was making listed here, therefore I should be acquitted.
Yeah.
They've introduced an element of doubt in the trial, and the charge is thrown out. It's true.
Okay, so you're suggesting then that Schedule A include the line, including but not limited to?
Yeah.
Okay.
In some fashion.
I absolutely run that by Mr. Dre. It sounds reasonable to me. I do want to get his input on that, because when this bylaw comes back next, it will of course come back with set fines, and I just want to ensure that that doesn't affect set fines. It doesn't appear to, but he's the expert on this.
Yeah.
So we're not going to have second reading because we're going to go fully because we're going to go back again, which is awesome. I think we need to get it right. There's another question that I was wondering about, and that was that a lot of the residents who wrote us this recently said about how they were not in agreement that things that the town, that all levels of government, I think is the wording, which it really just means the town and the council. If we decide to have a party like the Halloween party, and we decided one year to do it at 10 o'clock at night at Mono Center, and we just kind of gave ourselves a permit on that one, that you didn't need a permit, right? Can we just make sure that that's what we want in knowing that we've had so many people say that they don't agree with that? That is acceptable, and it stretches then to our own community centers which run weddings and so on, right? And we have liquor permits that go, what was it, at the arena the other day, we got a liquor permit and it went till 1 o'clock. Like, what the heck is people doing at the arena till 1 o'clock? But I gather that's the standard, that when you get a liquor permit, your party is allowed to go till 1, and our bylaw says you can't make noise after 10.
Noise likely to.
So is there any, right? So you were saying that that's yes, or are we saying that we would have some?
Well, I think we've taken out the
exemptions.
explicit cutout for Kim's activities, right? There was a previous version that had an exemption
That's
for that.
correct, Your
And we've
Worship.
taken that out.
Yeah, so
Implicit in that is that we're not treating ourselves differently than we're treating anyone else, including the event center.
So the Schedule C originally exempted town rentals. That was removed. Council had a vigorous debate on that. And Schedule C, item G, was changed to say with the exclusion. So town operations and services are exempt, which I think council would probably want to keep. They don't want to be laying charges against the Public Works Department.
That's the one that that's the
But
one.
it now states, with the exclusion of an event,
Right.
subject to the rental permit issued by the town, which during the previous debate on this, which was a long time ago, the Director of Recreation expressed, reservations on that policy. So we could potentially be laying charges against our renters, and we could potentially, as the landlord and tenant, who should reasonably know what their renters are doing in a short-term rental, right? Be subject to, fining ourselves.
That's consistency.
Yes, but that is that the spirit of offering the service in our town? It's kind of like the fee on the we'll marry you, but we won't give you a license thing, right?
Again, let's be mindful of, we're not banning noise here. We're banning noise at a level that's likely to, disturb. So we're not banning noise, but we're saying at a level likely to disturb. Ralph?
And I'm sure Ms. Heaton can expand on this, but we have an outdoor wedding and it has speakers or music, and neighbors find that disturbing.
How many
We could shut it down, we could shut that down.
How many complaints have we had in the last year of that?
We, as has been reported to council, actually, we get very few noise complaints.
Okay.
And I'd have to pull up that report that went to council 6 months ago.
Okay.
And we've never had a complaint on an event at one of our own facilities. Sorry, my mic was off for that. So we've never had a complaint on one of our own facilities in recent memory.
Again, the slogan here is, this should not be a solution in search of a problem.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Any further comments? Ralph?
In the spirit of listening to our residents, and I think the dominant concern is when I brought up previously about amplified sound that was disturbing people, I'd be interested if Paul Dre could consider whether or not this might be advantageous to add it to our Schedule A in a manner that would be qualified, such as amplified sound that was disturbing at the point of reception, something like that. It is the main thing which we've had complaints about. Most of our noise complaints have been around the Ag Center recently, and previously around the CBC on Lake, and they're related to amplified sound. So by leaving this out, it sort of says we're not really dealing with the dominant problem that we have in the town. So I'd be interested in knowing if Mr. Dre would include something, a modification, I guess, of the number of A, which he did for the town of Orangeville.
I will run that by Mr. Dre.
Okay. Is it fair to say, well, we're not, I mean, we theoretically do second reading and not third reading, but if we don't do second reading, it goes back for the changes, the exemption of the event center coming out, the possible amendment of Schedule A to include Ralph's concern.
So far, council's asked me to confer with Mr. Dre on a couple of matters of Schedule A, and they've discussed whether there should be a blanket exemption for the Orangeville Fall Fair, but there's been no direction on that yet.
Yeah, we'll remove it.
Do you need a motion?
I thought we decided that.
I thought we decided.
Is there consensus that we would?
Yeah.
Who knows?
So if is that what council's looking for? Remove the, any reference to the Orangeville Fall Fair in that schedule?
Elaine?
I was just going to say, I think the point is that we don't want to name any event or agency or anything in the bylaw. Anybody who wants to get an exemption needs to come to council. And so the Fall Fair has been demonstrated as a noise event under our definition of noise. And so therefore, I would say the Fall Fair has now been disqualified and should therefore not be listed, and nothing should be listed. It should be a blanket noise bylaw. And if anybody wants to get an exemption, they need to come before council.
So that's clear, right? So, but then.
That's clear.
So, but then just going back to our rentals that we do. maybe they should be removed, maybe, because there's a double negative here, right? That Schedule C is an exceptions that the town operations are accepted, except to the exclusion of events. So that means that the events are not exceptions. So, but they could still be, if we removed that from there, that we could make it so that there is, because we have said that you, not only a special event or a contract for a number of years or whatever, right? That just to appease, and just to, cross the Ts and dot the Is, that the town rental things, we have a policy that we tell the renters that they need to, be respectful of the neighbors, don't be hooting and hollering in the parking lot, because they don't. And a blanket contract or whatever, or not a blanket, like a termed contract comes with our own facilities, so that it comes up for review. Should there be complaints, we already know there aren't any complaints, so it's unlikely that there will be, but at least there's an avenue to not look like we're, well, you can't do that, but we can attitude, which is, I think, what a number of the residents have been saying, reading it.
What do you suggest?
Kim?
Having them in the special event agreement category.
Where's that?
It's in the special event discussion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I just want to clarify to myself that when we have our rentals, in particular the weddings, and I'm thinking about the ceremonies at this point, where we have the wedding party, and this is 9 times out of 10, walk down the aisle to amplified music outside at the gazebos, that each individual wedding is not going to have to come forward to council and ask for permission to be able to play the wedding march.
Again, how many complaints have we had?
We haven't, but I guess my concern is if there is an avenue now for the public to be able to say, for me or for an individual, I heard it, so therefore I was disturbed.
Well,
So what is the level, each person's perception of being disturbed could be different. I just want to make sure if we have a bagpiper, or if we, because we do.
I know.
100% we do. 100% we have people who have their cocktail reception hour. They have them out on our patios, and they have, many times, they will bring in a small, 2-piece live something or other, a guitar player and a singer, or they'll whatever, to be able to entertain their guests prior to the meal starting. I guess that's my concern, is that we're not going to have to say, sorry, you can't do that anymore.
Two things. I think when Fred develops the enforcement policy on this, and maybe speaks to the issue of it being a serious complaint when it's 2 or more people complaining,
Right.
that probably takes care of that. But I think somebody would have to be really churlish to lodge a complaint about a wedding. And given the fact that we aren't getting them, again, I don't want this to be a solution in search of a problem.
I'm in agreement with you there. I guess I'm just a little concerned that there will be an avenue now for people to be able to say.
I have more confidence in.
No, I support Kim.
But then we have, then we are, then why are we saying to the, the event center, you have an exemption, but anything the town of Mono does, either directly or indirectly by way of a rental, hey, it's not, I'm on the consistency side.
Well, that's right. So what I was suggesting was not every wedding. I was suggesting that it be, and I thought, and I was trying to find in here, I thought I read that when we had, that one of the spirit of the exemption thing was that, or was this in another one that we took out, that, where you could have an agreement with the town, a contract with the town.
How can the town have a contract with the town?
With the renter, yeah, no, when we were talking about the fall fair or the CVC coming for an exemption, it wasn't necessarily, there was a suggestion in here, and I can't find it quickly looking through things while trying to listen, that there's the idea of getting an exemption for this event on, Tuesday, but there's also the concept, I thought there was the concept of
Site-specific.
of an agreement for the season of 2027, you're entitled to have five events or whatever. Did that get taken out, that we were going to?
No, that's still within it. The
But where
town
is
can
it?
enter into those agreements with specific landowners.
And where, do you know, where is it in here? I couldn't find it.
So it's referred to, let's see, it's one of the blue Texas. Wait for me to find it.
it's one of the blue
So it's
Texas.
mentioned under orders, but it's mentioned just above that.
Or terms of an agreement. Yeah, conditions by law or the conditions of an exemption or terms of an agreement. So it's in there under orders.
And there's, I think, a simple solution here, and that is, I don't know what your standard lease form says about noise, or whether it even addresses noise. But have something in there that puts people on notice that we have a noise bylaw, and that we, it is defined as follows, and govern yourself accordingly.
What
we
we do
can't
have in
have-
our lease agreements at this point is that all amplified noise has to be turned off at 1 AM.
Right. But the thing about the exceptions is that the way it's set up will drive everybody crazy, having an individual contract with every single renter. Okay? And I think we should try and avoid that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just think that it should be an agreement between us and your contracts that we give out, that this is what we're doing. It should be stated someplace, because at the moment,
But in the rental contract.
well, yeah, but something else in the policy or something that we do to acknowledge this, so that we're acknowledging it for the public and the residents, because we want to encourage the residents to come and have their weddings at our places too. It's not just outsiders or whatever. So to keep in, I mean, you can't rent something till 1 o'clock and be, at the moment she already is in violation of the bylaw. So this is an opportunity to not be in violation of the bylaw, because you are, right? At the moment, yeah.
Theoretically.
Well, no, you are. The one that we have, the
We're not-
theoretically one now
We're
is,
not banning noise. We're banning noise that is likely to disturb.
no, right, what I'm saying is she's in violation of the 2004 bylaw, or 2001, whichever, I forget what number it was, the old one.
Well, I think actually what Melinda makes a good point. If in this bylaw, we can enter into site-specific agreements with CVC or the Orangeville Agricultural Center about how many events they can have a year that create noise, so they don't have to come to us every time for a permit, right? This bylaw allows that. We should have, the same mechanism should apply to the town itself, to Kim, or when we have events at Mono Community Center for weddings, that there should be some, and that would be putting our community center on the same footing as the OAS or CBC.
I'm in the hands of council. I just think I'm trying to avoid a situation where it becomes a bureaucratic nightmare. It's one thing to say that you've got a site plan-like agreement with the CVC and the event center. It's another thing to have 40 or 50 renters in the same category, okay, with the same degree of detail and whatnot.
So I guess theoretically, it's possible the town could enter into an agreement with itself on its own properties. Of course, that could just be baked into a bylaw as well. That was the original plan. I know we've been talking about wedding marches outside. Perhaps the bigger concern is the wedding reception inside with the windows open and a band. And do the immediate neighbors, especially if those neighbors change, you get a new resident, the current residents probably accept it because it's been that way forever. You get a new owner in a house in the hamlet of Mono Center, very close to the banquet hall. If they file a noise complaint because the music's still playing at 8 at night and they can hear it and it's a wedding reception, then it will have to come back for council to determine if they want to change their current bylaw or create a policy that provides a limited level of exception for the facility, as it would do with an agreement with, say, CVC. So the question is, council could leave the bylaw as it is, absolutely no exemption for itself, including its rental facilities, and then see what comes and amend that policy or the bylaw in the future, or address the concern now and amend the bylaw now to give a certain level of exemption to itself. That's the decision, as I see, is in front of council right now.
Well, right, and exactly. And so the issue then becomes in the actual just editing of the document, just the Schedule C, you just, that G, 1G, needs to not have the exclusion of an event. Needs to be not there so that it is an exception. And that would solve the problem.
What? Just take out the words
Well-
exclusion of an event?
Well, just leave it at town operations, services, and activities.
Oh.
So if I can suggest, if one or more members of council want to change Schedule C to write it such that the rental facilities are no longer required to fully abide by this bylaw, then someone make a motion at this point to amend Schedule C by removing the clause. Otherwise, the bylaw goes as is.
Okay, I think that's a good solution, so I'll entertain a motion to amend Schedule C, specifically G,
Gee, I'll move that motion.
and that is to end with services or activities,
Period.
period.
I'll second that.
Or semicolon, as opposed to.
Okay. True enough. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? And opposed? I'm being consistent here. Thank you, that motion carries.
I think Elaine's frozen.
So have we passed the noise bylaw or set for
No,
second reading?
no. So I think we should have a motion to, yeah,
I have a question to Mr. Simpson. As the noise bylaw is written now, is the property owner responsible for the noise or for municipal violations of the noise bylaw? Or is it just the person, the renter?
Okay. So obviously, there's been a lot of comments from the public on that, so I'm glad to have an opportunity to express an opinion. The answer is, it depends. So the bylaw states that any person who makes, emits, or permits noise. So if the landowner should reasonably know or should have known that that noise was going to occur, then the landowner is liable. So in the case of, for example, a short-term rental, then the landowner should know what the tenants are doing. But in the case of a long-term rental, where the rent has been a year long or more, it's reasonable that the landowner may not be aware. So the bylaw is currently written to address that situation, and it even goes further in the section under orders. It says that the bylaw officer can issue an order to any other person that the bylaw officer feels it's reasonable to issue that order against. So the bylaw officer would make the determination, is it reasonable that the landowner should have known and therefore permitted this or not? And if it is reasonable, then the landowner can be charged. And if it's not reasonable, then we wouldn't charge them, and that would be the same test that the courts would be using. So I don't think there's a need to add to the bylaw a line that specifically doesn't state what an offense is, but states how we're going to prosecute offenses. And I don't think that's something we want to put into our bylaw. We don't want the bylaw to state how we're going to prosecute. We just want to state what the offenses are and that we will prosecute and whom.
So that's very, very clear in the abstract, if you'd like. But in the specific, we have two examples. One is the OAS and the other is CBC. So would these organizations be responsible for the sound that was produced by their renter?
Absolutely. I think they're absolutely liable because they just issued a short-term rental for a day, a week, a weekend, and they absolutely should be responsible for and have an understanding of what their rentals are going to be used for. So it comes down to culpability, in my view, right? And to be culpable, you have to have an understanding and a knowledge of the offense. And I think in any short-term rental, that the landowner is culpable because it's reasonable to assume that they had an understanding and knowledge of the offense. And, Your Worship, in criminal law, that would be mens rea.
And more likely to get results in going after the landowner than going after the one-off creator of the noise, frankly.
Who's gone back to Texas?
Who's gone back to Texas, yes. Okay, I'm going to suggest that we need, if we've just passed that one motion, that we need a specific motion to take the exemption for the event center out. I think we should vote on that.
The Orangeville Fair.
The Orangeville Fair,
It's
the Fall Fair.
Orangeville Fair in the
Schedule C.
Correct.
Okay.
So is
Oh, as
there,
opposed to just by consensus?
no, I think, given what we've just done, no, I haven't changed, no, not at all. So I'll entertain a motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Remove 1B from the Schedule C.
Correct. And you move that, seconded by Melinda. Any opposition to that? That motion is carried. And
Direction to go to Dre and move on.
And then Fred is going to have the discussion with Dre as to how to frame Schedule C along the lines of, Schedule A,
Schedule A.
prohibitions, to consider some wording that it is inclusive, but not totally inclusive of. Okay.
And also,
Did we pass a motion?
No, I don't think, no, I think we're
he
fine.
was also asked to look at the issue of including amplified noise.
Okay, and Fred, the third was the issue of including amplified noise under the prohibitions, Schedule A, under the prohibitions, separate and apart from amplified noise coming from a vehicle.
Right, so that's just direction from council for me
Yeah.
to do
Yeah,
some
we don't need a
research
motion
for
on
you.
that. But I think that adds some certainty, and it precludes a situation where the justice is saying, or the defendant is saying to the court, hey, how come it's not under the prohibitions? It's explicitly not under the prohibitions. Okay. Let's have a 10-minute break, and then we will move on. I promise.
Quickly, right?
We are back live.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Next item on the agenda is bylaws, correspondence, new business additions to the agenda, specifically the Strada Aggregates, and I'm going to recognize the Deputy Mayor to summarize this issue for us.
As council will remember, because we had a presentation at our June 24th council meeting from Mayor Darren White from Melanchthon, Strada Aggregates has made an application to have a quarry in Melanchthon. It's in west part of Lot 13, Concession 3. And I don't know exactly where that process is, but it's going through the various, they've filed all their technical documents and they're holding hearings. What most recently transpired, and I don't have the date, it was a week ago or whatever, Strata applied for a permit to take water. 5 million, maximum 5 million liters a day for 365 days a year. This was discussed at the county last Thursday. And the county is going to write an objection to it, and they asked if the lower tier municipalities could also do that. So they've sent me a sample of the objection that they're going to file, and have asked that we file the same. It's a lengthy document. I'll try to, unless you want me to, I'm not going to read it. I'll just try to summarize it. This is the objection to the permit to take water application.
And there's preamble in there to explain to our residents exactly what, when you say going to take water, is that clarified in their motion or their letter?
No, we other than applying for a permit to take water, it's not clear, at least to me, what they're going to do with the permit, because it'll be a few years before they get their quarry application through. So in the meantime, they'll have this permit to take water, and I have no idea what they'll do with the permit. The phrase that the county was used, and I'm not defending this, I'm just reporting, that they're, in some sense, trying to do an end run around the application for the quarry permit. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I think the CAO would like to comment.
So, Council and Deputy Nick, so I did send out an email yesterday that the Planning Department had received from the Planning Department at the county. And that provides two environmental registry links. In the link 025-1082, it does have a project proposal summary. So there is quite a bit of documents there that can be read to understand sorry, I'm just bouncing through emails here. There is a proposal summary with respect to what that permit to take water amendment would be. And there's also a second ERO link, 025-1005, which was the license to operate a pit and quarry below the water table. And that will have the same proposal summary. So I don't know whether our resolution today is going to include those links, but I think it would be appropriate to satisfy what Councillor Davey is asking.
Well, I can deal with that first, but again, just summarizing, the permit, the application is for a maximum of 5 million liters of water a day for 365 days a year for 10 years. Now, that's a permit. That doesn't mean they necessarily will take that much water, but it does raise a number of questions. If they were to take it, where's that water going to go? What flows and what rivers does it affect? The bigger question on the application under the Aggregate Resources Act, of course, is they're proposing to go, I think, 200 feet below the water table. Not quite. I forget the number of feet. They're proposing to go below the water table. Yeah. And the question is, what will that do to the water table in Dufferin County, which in some sense, this isn't just NIMBYism. It is important because Dufferin County is the headwaters of all the major rivers in southern Ontario that flow out of this area, from the Credit, the Nottawasaga, the Grand, and the Saugeen. So that water table is very, very critical to all of those flows. So the motion that I would like to put on the table simply says that we're concerned with this application, and that we're saying if the water system were to be negatively affected, it would have serious implications to us, and particularly the agricultural sector, and therefore be it resolved that the town of Mono make a submission to the Ontario Environmental Registry expressing council's concerns with Strada Aggregates application for an amendment to a permit to take water, ERO number 025-1082, and its application for a license to operate a pit and quarry below the water table in the township of Langton. That's the motion. Now, I think, Your Worship, if that motion passes, the particular form of the letters that we might send with it,
Can be
I don't
premised
have
on
to
that.
read them out. It's one's to the Todd McCarthy, the Minister of the Environment, and one's to Mike Harris, the Minister of Natural Resources. So if I move that motion, it probably needs a seconder, I think.
Do we have a seconder? Ralph? Ralph seconds. Discussion, Elaine?
Thank you. I have submitted my own personal comments about the request to, or the application to go below the water table, which I completely disagree with and always have, which doesn't stop them. So rather than like concern, can we not use a stronger word? Can we not say we do not agree, or we see huge consequences from this? Like, concern just doesn't seem to give it enough weight, and doesn't tell people that we absolutely disagree with this. I don't know.
Well, I guess we could, and Your Worship, I'm open to that suggestion from the rest of council. I will say that, well, I thought the word concern was fine, because quite frankly, there's so little information on the application for the permit to take water that we, you know, to say we're totally opposed to it when we don't really know the details. Look, I'll go with whatever council thinks.
Add in serious concern.
I think the detail we need to recognize here, Fred, is the 5 million liters per day. No.
Yeah. There's one other thing I should perhaps explain, Your Worship, because Ralph and I have talked about this. 10 or 15 years ago, if there was an application like this for both a quarry or a gravel pit or a permit to take water, the conservation authorities would be involved, as it was with the great big pit in Langton 12, 15 years ago. Because of the changes the current government has made to the Conservation Authorities Act, conservation authorities are not involved in either this one, or I sit on the board of Credit Valley Conservation, and we have a very large application for a quarry just to the west of Caledon East that goes below the water table. And we at Credit Valley are not involved. They do not need a permit from us. We're not a commenting agency. We're out of the picture. It's ridiculous. The same is true on this Strada Aggregates application. The NVCA is not involved, is not a commenting agency, has nothing to do with it, because the changes to the act have limited what conservation authorities can do. I just add that as further information,
Yeah.
because our public who's listening, Your Worship, might wonder, gee, 5 million liters of water a day, we don't know where it's going. Wouldn't the NVCA be commenting on that? Well, the explanation is no, they should, but they can't.
Thank you very much. Just looking at the emails that were sent, apparently this 5 million liters of water per day is more than Dufferin County uses in general at the moment.
Yes.
So I need to know what are they doing? Bottling it to sell it, or what are they?
Well,
wanting to move it so that they can dig deeper? Like why do you need to take that much water?
okay, under the application, under the Aggregate Resources Act, they need approximately 5 million liters, a day, I can't remember how many exactly, to wash gravel.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the water just goes right back in? They're sucking it out and then it just is going right back into the ground because they've washed their gravel with it in situ? Or are they removing, like,
I haven't explained.
in other operations, it goes into, or they're closer to a river to begin with?
That's proposed down on Forks of the Credit area. The quarry that's proposed at the Forks of the Credit area has two outflows. One is into a pond that's a part of a golf course, and the other one is into the Credit River. And I think it depends a little bit on the time of year which is used, but that's been one of the big concerns there, is that the trout in the river do not do well in a silted up river.
Well, that's right. So it's not, so the idea of the contamination of our water is another one. But when they wash in these situations, do they just rinse with water? And so then it's just, they're just moving silt from being in the ground to now being in the water, so that's not good? Or are they actually then spraying, adding some chemical to the water to make things, like, we need way more information.
Well, and I think that's the point, because I can't answer your questions. I don't have those details, and I'm not sure that the details are available in either of the applications. I could be wrong, but I think the CAO wants to comment.
So my general understanding of aggregate removal and limestone, I think, is what they're really after here, is, and this, I believe, was mentioned by Mayor White. The limestone currently sits in the water table, and they need to, and anybody that knows limestone screenings, it's not a very good product when you're excavating out of water. So they, in theory, are picking up the water table that's coming into the site, taking it out of the limestone, pumping it around the limestone area.
So they can mine.
So they can mine the limestone. And as Mayor White had mentioned, they're going to inject it back into the water table. So in theory, they're creating a dam around their property, dewatering it, and excavating the limestone and then putting it back in. And I would assume those would be under environmental controls to put it back in. So that's why I don't think the washing is the pure. They're not washed, like washed aggregate happens all the time. If you buy river rock for your garden, that's been washed. Comes in nice and clear.
Just with water.
Just with water, right, and dishwater. But I think the bigger picture here is the limestone that they want, and it's saturated in water right now, and they'd have to remove it. So
Ralph has moved a friendly amendment to suggest these should be serious concerns. I just comment that it is very strange that even prior to getting a license for the extractive activity, they are trying to get a water-taking permit. Wouldn't they both run in parallel to each other? Or are they trying to get a water-taking permit to strengthen or buttress their application for an extraction? Mike?
So I think the clerk just hit it on the nail. I think they're two different ministries. The license to operate is from the M&R, and the permit to take water is from Ministry of Environment, Conservation, and Parks. So they're two different ministries, right? And yeah.
Yeah, well, too cute by half. Ralph?
I was at a meeting on Sunday, which was the annual general meeting of MC Squared, and I'm sorry I don't have the gentleman's name, but he'd done a study of this whole process and the hydrogeological implications, and their feeling was.
Sorry, my apologies.
Their feeling was that this was a big problem, that the taking of water was a part of the problem, but that just one of the biggest issues was the dynamiting, which is quite massive dynamiting, which was done in in the rock, in the water table level of the rock, which can be very destructive to the water table. I don't understand the hydrogeology of it all, but they had a very good study, and I wrote to them last night to try and get some information from them. But and I think that there's an organization whose name I don't have, which is, shall we say, the Citizens Against the Quarry, or something like to that effect. And they may have more information as well, Fred.
Thank you, Mayor. So this fight has been going on for quite a while, and they've been talking about how they wanted to go below the water table for a long time, and that was just the fight of let's not go below the water table. But yeah, in actual fact, it sounds like this was always the plan. If they're trying to get that kind of rock out, and that's where the rock is, as opposed, right? But you got to go. Do they take all the rock on top of it first, and then the limestone is the key thing that they really want this property for?
Well, on top of it now is an active gravel pit, so they've basically removed a lot of the overburden already.
Okay.
I don't know how far down they are, but to go much further, they're into the bedrock, the limestone.
And the water table.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, any further, did we get a seconder? Seconder, yes.
You do have a seconder. There is a proposal to add the word serious into serious concerns.
That's Fred.
Or if council wants to make that distress, whatever, as opposed to concern, that's. And I don't know if your worship, if you want to introduce the whole resolution, we do have the last clause read out. I leave that to you.
Well, I could read the entire motion if council wishes, but I think it was very well summarized by Fred. I'll read? Sure. Okay. Whereas Dufferin County, including the town of Mono, currently experience significant issues relating to water supply, and in our opinion, the proposed Strada Aggregates application for amendment to its permit to take water and a license to operate a pit and quarry below the water table in the township of Melanchthon will exacerbate the significant water supply issues present in the county of Dufferin. And whereas if the water system were to be negatively affected, it would have serious implications on the quality and quantity of water in Dufferin, not the least of which would be the effect on agricultural lands, and would harm the Dufferin County farmers' ability to produce crops in high yields and maintain the current standard of crops. And whereas beyond the agricultural sector, the council of the town of Mono believes that, at a fundamental level, the safety and quality of residential drinking water would be brought into question should the amendment to permit to take water be approved. Therefore, be it resolved that the town of Mono makes a submission to the Ontario Environmental Registry expressing council's concerns with Strada Aggregate Inc.'s application for amendment to a permit to take water, ERO number 025-1082, and its application for a license to operate a pit and quarry below the water table in the township of Melanchthon, ERO 025-1005. All those in favor? Any opposed? Oh, Elaine, did you have something to say?
I do still think that we express concern. You know, we have expressed concern.
It's now serious concerns.
Oh, it says serious concern.
Yeah.
Sorry, I misheard that. Okay, thank you. Okay, great.
So we're in good shape.
I'll vote.
Ralph?
Are you voting?
Yeah, we voted.
Yeah.
All in favor?
I have a comment. I don't want it to be a direction or a motion, but there's room for anyone, any residents of Mono, including the council members, to send their own letters of concern to both of these agencies. And the more letters of concern that they get, the more impact it has.
And
You
please
should
copy
point-
the MPP.
And the deadline for comment is November 1st, so,
There's a number of different deadlines.
yes.
Yeah,
And I have indeed done that. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine.
thank you. Okay, moving along to the budget. First item is the COLA inflation report. Les?
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. So as we move to a new budget, setting a guideline for inflation and the cost of living adjustment for staff, this is one of the steps. The one process that I have informed council the past few budgets that we use is a 12-month average. Recently, with the spike of inflation, we kind of deviated a little bit from that, but it has worked generally pretty well. Inflation seems to be kind of leveled off. So I'm recommending using the 12-month average again from last October to just this past month, September. To the memo is a second sheet, which gives you the inflation rate by month. So the average is 1.9, and I'm recommending to council to round it off to an even 2%.
Fred?
Yeah, I have checked the calculations that Les has made, and I agree with them. I know,
Sorry to laugh.
why?
You just brought some humor to the council.
I know there's a prepared motion that's going to be on the floor in a minute, and it echoes Les's recommendation that our COLA be 2%. I'm going to ask that we, when that motion is moved, that we make a friendly amendment and make it 1.9%, just to be consistent with our past practices of using a COLA that reflects the cost of living as it actually happens in Ontario. Sorry, Les. 1.1%.
Exactly, why bother?
Well, let's see what happens when I read the motion. And I just observe, and I do every year this comes up prior to us getting into the nitty-gritty of the budget, that I certainly reserve the right, and other members of council reserve the right to revisit this figure when we look at the entirety of the budget. So I have a motion that we approve the use of an inflation rate of 2% as a cost of living allowance for the 2026 budget. I think 1.9 is a little contrary to the, I mean, it's a different number.
It's contrary, it's not a friendly.
So I'll take that as an amendment that it be 1.9, and you're moving that?
I move that the
we
motion be
have a-
1.9%.
Do we have a seconder? Elaine Capes is seconding that.
Thank you, Elaine.
So moving the amendment first, any further discussion on that?
I'd like to know why our treasurer has selected 2 rather than 1.9. There could be some profound reason behind
I
it.
think it's rounding.
It's called rounding?
Yes, Councillor, it is called rounding, but generally, in comparing with the municipalities in Dufferin, they use a round number.
Sorry, I didn't hear the last.
It's more also in comparing with ourselves to other municipalities in Dufferin. You rarely see like a 1.9 or 2.9. It's a round number. And 0.001 of a percentage, we're not talking lots of money. We're not talking a big difference.
Okay.
I would just point out in the past, though, Councillor Mankala, we've had no problem with using whatever it is, X 0.9 or 7. We've used the exact consumer price index as it's increased. We haven't rounded. This is new for us.
Going ahead.
Okay. So calling the vote on the amendment, all those in favor?
Passes.
That passes.
You're right.
It is, and to your staff, because remember, we're not taking it because we agreed last year, so I'm assuming
Well,
that
no,
that's
we
not
haven't
gonna-
made that
Sorry,
decision
sorry,
for this.
last-
That was a one-year thing? Let's wait and
Last year was an
see.
exception.
Okay, I'll be surprised, but what you're talking about is your staff here. It's petty.
All right, well,
carry on.
we've had the vote. Okay, administration capital budgets, who carries this? Mike, is this you?
Sorry, this
Or
would be
less.
Les. And Fred. Maybe.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. The first three items, council is or first four items, it's all IT related. Generally, as I've reported in the past, we no longer buy software, we lease it. There's a monthly charge for that. And also with hardware replacements, last year's amount was 75,000. This year I'm proposing 78. There are slight increases across the board in software licenses. A new item is the file server update. I actually learned something myself this time in discussions with Jake. I had always thought generally in the past we had about 4 file servers. As there's more and more data being retained and more data required to be retained. Now this also includes the file servers for the water system. We have 7 in total. One file server, just for council's information, is just used for GIS. That's how much data is stored for GIS. Now, in our system, Jake has built contingencies like safety nets. So if one file server goes down, we can still operate. And it's like having a spare tire for your car. Good to have. So 2 of the file servers are coming to their end of their useful life next year. I mean, they will operate, but trying to avoid a crash in one of them. They should be replaced. Generally, they're $15,000 a piece. There's like I mentioned, an enhanced file server. Similar to what the airlines did, went from 4 engines on a plane to 2. Now the one enhanced file server can do the job of 1. So instead of spending $30,000, the cost would be $25,000. So it's a move worth pursuing. The next cost is network security. Council is familiar with Darktrace. It has worked wonderfully over the years. It has blocked phishing attempts. It has picked up emails that are, phishing attempts. That cost this year is $15,700, a few $100 over last year. Moving up to our backup and disaster recovery. As reported last year's budget, we changed suppliers for a significantly lower cost, even though the cost did increase for 2025. Since we now have an agreement with them, the cost for 2026 will remain the same as in 2025, the cost of $23,500. Andrew has brought to the attention of the clerk, he may want to speak to it more. It's hard to believe the audio system in the chamber is old. It's at its useful life. Parts are very difficult to get. Any kind of support is difficult to get. Recommending a total replacement, new technology, better technology. And one thing you'll see at the department head desk, as you can see, we're sharing microphones. We will all have our own microphone. Nice little plus side. That cost is $25,000. Now regarding the town hall reserve, it was previously called HVAC, roof, etc., for any building upgrades required. As you can tell with the coolest in the building, we have had a furnace failure. We budgeted for 1 furnace to replace. It's still running. We're using those funds to replace the furnace that did fail. Talking to the Director of Public Works, he's recommending an amount of $40,000. So we have some flexibility if 1 or 2 furnaces fail on us next year.
Okay. Elaine and then Fred.
I fully support all of your recommendations around the technology, because this is how we operate, and if we don't have it, we're in trouble, and especially the whole cyber thing. Anyway, the town hall reserve, and talking about these rooftop units that we use for heating and cooling. I imagine they're heating and cooling.
Yes.
Yes. I would like to ask the question about, have we ever considered getting rid of this technology, this old technology, and installing heat pumps, therefore meeting climate containment practices, mitigations maybe, and maybe it's less expensive when they're running. I'm not sure. I just throw that out there. I don't know the answer, but I get daily reminders and recommendations that I should switch to a heat pump system. And then perhaps there's funding that we can get from various agencies, authorities, to actually help us move to the heat pump system. That's my question.
Anyone want to tackle heat pumps? Mike?
So, a couple things, Councillor Capes. Initially, we identified the potential for geothermal for this building. The square footage alone started to outweigh the cost of the propane furnaces that are currently installed. My rudimentary understanding, and people can that have heat pumps can talk to this, but they are good up until a point of around -5, and you still need. And Ralph, I will take all of your information on this, but my understanding is that they do need a backup source, and to offset the inabilities of the heat pump. So. We're talking about a major square footage, but we did get a quote for the front unit, which I believe is the one on the list. Sorry, not currently the one on. The units are generally all the same upstairs, and we did get a quote. You have to understand there's a 4x6 hole cut in the roof for these units, and they do, and that's where they all enter into the plenums that feed this building. The suppliers now do have a heat pump unit that will fit in that hole to utilize the existing opening, and or you can use the one that we do have installed in for our cooling of our server room right now. Which when you're leaving today, if you look at the west side of the building, you'll see the Mitsubishi heat pump there. So we are using it in one of our positions, but I do know the cost estimate was substantially increased from, say, I think we're around 17,000 for a propane replacement, and I think it was 27,000 for a heat pump that would do this square footage. So it has been investigated. And the full installation, but Councillor Minkdalo seemed to have some concerns with my not good after -5, so I'd be hoping to be educated on that matter, considering our current climate.
Please don't consider me an expert, but I think it's worth looking into. The issues are, I think, the outside temperature, your building's insulation, and the size of the heat pump. When I put it in my heat pump, which was ground sourced in 2009, it had a backup built into it, which was if you like, it was an electric grid. And I used that 2 or 3 times every winter. Once I put in new windows, I never needed it again. The heat pump, the air source heat pumps have taken over from ground source, I think, for most people. The air source heat pumps now, I'm told by the manufacturers, and I researched this about a year ago, will handle any temperatures that we have in here. And of course, it depends on how good your building is. The other factor in your thinking is the economic savings by using a heat pump. You have to compare the cost of the electricity that the heat pump uses to power it with the cost of the propane that you were using previously. And the figures that I'm familiar with is that the cost of electricity in our particular area of the woods is about 40% the cost of the propane. So that over time, you regain a significant, in fact, all of your extra cost that was your capital, upfront capital. So now that I've sputtered off some numbers, I'd suggest that you maybe investigate this, because I think it may be viable and maybe even advantageous. The other thing that the heat pump does very well is it gives you cooling. And it's getting more and more that we need cooling. I can remember when I moved in to 40 years ago, I didn't move in, but we'd use the cooling feature maybe for 1 or 2 weeks a year, and now I use it for about 6 weeks a year. And so that's another bonus for the heat pump. The other factor about is that the heating is constant. It doesn't give you the ups and downs that I used to have with oil. I don't know whether you noticed that here or not. But.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. As always, we will return to the numbers when we consider the budget in its totality. Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with everything you've got in this, but I'm just trying to keep track of everyone's capital budget. These numbers add to $207,000 for 2026. What was the comparable number that we spent in 2025?
Now, when you get the final budget for these numbers, some of them will be offset by reserve contributions, but let me just look up last year's.
Yeah, I'm just
budget.
trying to, in my own mind, keep track of how much capital budgets are going up in every department this year. So this is $207,200, and does it take you long to figure out how much we spent last year for administrative capital?
This year we haven't finished it.
About 130.
130.
This is just
Thank
quick
you.
adding in my head.
Okay, thank you.
That's why we revisit. Mike?
but-
Sorry. Oh, go ahead, Madeleine.
Well, just, I mean, it's apples, right, to oranges, because we don't really, I mean, that's the budget, but there's replacement stuff in here that has to happen, and costs that have increased, right? So it is a funny, I mean, it's a number, but it's
I'm not
It's
for or
apples.
against it. I'm just trying to keep track of how much our capital budgets are going up for every department this year.
Okay. Mike, did you have something to add, or shall we go on to?
I think I
Recreation.
can probably park my comment until we see the results of the applications for the Climate Change Committee, and I think this would be something that would, with respect to the HVAC
Okay.
of all town facilities, would definitely be, it would fall in line with a major component of a corporate action plan, should that be done, so.
Moving on to recreation, Kimberly? Oh, sorry. I have a motion that we receive the 2026 Administrative Department Capital Budget. Just receive it. Moved by Councillor Cape, seconded by Councillor Davy. Any opposition? The motion is carried. Recreation.
Thank you, Your Worship. This year, the recreation capital budget has been put forward being very cognizant of financial challenges from the past and moving forward as well. And you'll see from the budget that has been presented to council that there's not a lot of wants in there. Basically, it's needs. So with that in mind, I also remind council that it's really extremely important to make sure we always provide safe environments for those using our parks, trails, and our halls. At the same time that we offer various aesthetically pleasing environments, indoors and out, and that we always be cognizant of any aging infrastructure. So the explanations for the capital requests have been written at the front of the report, and if you refer to the back 2 pages of your report, you'll see there's a capital budget summary, just doing a synopsis of everything for you, a summary to try and make it a little bit easier. So if council wants to ask questions pertaining to projects, please feel free.
Kimberly, do you play chess?
Pardon me? Yes, I do play chess
Okay.
and checkers.
Okay, that was just a question.
Okay.
As did my father, as did my aunt, just letting you know.
Elaine?
Thank you, Kim, for all of this. It's great. I do really like the shaded seating. I think that's quite lovely, although very expensive. I do really like the huge chest seating, and, you know, having more of those would even be more lovely, because our parks and playgrounds are not just for children. Of course, there are other people who use them, adults, seniors, anybody. And of course, I support the safety features because they're very concerning with the pickleball fencing. I probably said this before, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say it again. I have one idea about use of parks, and I want to draw attention to the use of park at Cardinal Woods and the association in that neighborhood who puts together that big event, which I think is absolutely wonderful. And I would like to suggest we support somehow more of those in all of our other parks. We used to do Mono's Big Day Out, which was brilliant. Had lots of people come out, but that's one area. And
So
this
this is-
Cardinal Woods is another
Councillor
area.
Capes, this is a capital budget as opposed to an operational discussion.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, I'm just saying, there's alternatives to what we do with our parks and playgrounds. I absolutely support playgrounds, but I also absolutely think we need to revise our thinking and mindset about what they consist of so that we can reduce the costs and revise expectations within the town. I do not think we can any longer present playgrounds of $250,000. I've seen examples where the town gave the money over to the citizens who used that park and said, here you go, here's your budget, go do what you want. And they decided what they wanted. And they actually built a giant dragon out of used tires. And the whole community got together and built it, and the children painted it, and that was their playground, and it did not cost $250,000. So I think we really seriously, this is my opinion, I need to consider how much we're investing in playgrounds to make them enjoyable spaces without them being too expensive.
Any other comments, questions of Kim? Ralph and then Fred?
Thanks for the report, Kim. There's a lot of work, and I appreciate it. I'm looking at the replacement of 4 rooftop HVAC units, and you probably know where I'm going. I wonder if you've thought about, or is it viable to use air source heat pumps?
Again, that is another option that we have looked at. It is an option, but again, the cost was considered. It's considerably higher. So because of the cost and the fact that we just replaced one this past year, it gave out, we had to replace it. So we have 4 left. So keeping in mind cost, that's where we went. Always.
Sorry, your microphone, Ralph.
That at the next session on this, that you provide us with the cost of the heat pump instead of the, I guess it's propane, is it, or what?
Yes, at all buildings?
Yeah, well, no, for this particular replacement.
This particular one?
Yeah, I mean, I think where we're going to be going, in my view, is probably towards heat pumps as an evolution, and Whether we do it with all the units in a building at once, or we just gradually do it, I don't know. But I think that we should know what the capital cost is, and what the amortized value is, given the savings of energy, of electrical, or propane, I should say. So it's electrical energy instead of propane, and there's a cost saving there on an annual basis for the lifetime of the heat pump. Thank you.
Fred?
Yeah, it's a question for Les. I'm going through the 2025 budget, and it's too hard for me to figure out the numbers. What was the capital expenditures in the final budget approved for 2025 for recreation?
Okay, thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. Let me start off, first of all, the proposed budget, just to,
Okay.
just a quick add, it was approximately 430,000. Now, that did include contributions to the various reserves.
Yes.
It was about 430. Final approved was 113.
Okay.
So, a big difference.
Okay, thank you.
Elaine?
Thank you. And thank you, Ralph, for asking my other question about that rooftop HVAC system. So, yeah. And again, look for the opportunities for grants to convert those. So I wanted to understand, and probably this will come forward in the budget, but what the offset of rentals for our community centers are against the investments we're making in them. So I'll just put that there, and that's a question for an answer on another day, because I don't want to put you on the spot. But I do want to understand better how often we replace chairs. Like, what's happening with the chairs? Like, I know this is in the budget all the time, reserved for chairs, and how often do we replace them? I wanted to understand that.
So we replace the chairs approximately once every 20 years.
Okay.
In between, we do, twice a year, we do a full fabric clean on them. We rent the fabric cleaners, and kind of like the same as a carpet cleaner. And we have a couple of days where staff, that's their focus for those days, is to clean the fabric chairs. We do stretch the life as long as we possibly can, but that's not to say that just simple wear and tear doesn't happen. The chairs that we presently have at both of our halls were purchased, I will say they were purchased close to, I'll say about 15, 16 years ago at this point. At that
Yeah,
time,
my first term of council.
yeah, at that time, the chairs were $70 per chair. So I'm happy to let council know they're holding up quite well. We bought we bought a very good quality at that time. But I'm wanting, again, with the reserve, letting council know they don't hold up forever, and that there will come a point where we are going to need to replace an abundant number of those chairs. And we can't, because of the age of this chair and manufacturers, we can't get the same fabric 20 years later that we got prior to. So when we do the chair replacement, we do them all at once, which is or sometimes what I'll do is I'll say, okay, if I take the good chairs from one building and I add them over to the other building, then I can stretch the life of the chairs at the other building, and then I only replace the chairs at one building. But
Right.
it's
Okay,
nice
great.
having them all the same, so that if I do have to use extra chairs, they're all of the same pattern, and I don't have those challenges.
Okay, thank you, Kim. And have we ever considered people rent our facilities empty and they hire their own chairs? Because there are companies that, for weddings, for events, they do all that. They bring in the tables and chairs, and that's an expense that is on the renter, and that we don't provide it. That's an idea. And I also wanted to know about the maintenance vehicle. How do we know the transition's about to fail?
I have that from our lead maintenance, who drives the truck daily, and his past life, he was a mechanic. And he has strongly advised me that the transmission, he's doing everything he can to keep it going at this point. But there's going to come a point where we are going to have to call Chambers Towing or the tow company, and he's going to be stuck for good. But
Okay.
we're close.
All right, well, thank you very much, Kim.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Kim. It's good to have these lists, and as I've said to every other department head, stay tuned as to what happens at budget discussion. Michael?
If I may, Your Worship, and through to the rest of council. So the next report from Matt is water-related, Matt, right? And is not part of the same budget that council will be receiving next meeting. But we're entering into a point now where the treasurer can predict, generally getting close to predicting what the overall tax rate would be. It will be, it'll be obviously Deputy Nix has done some calculations on what the capital was, and council just heard that recreation proposed 430 last year and received 113. So we're entering into a point where I do not want to bring a budget back to council that was in the same flavor of last year. I do not want to put council in that position, but I did insist that staff put these capital projects on council's plate.
Yes.
You're aware of the assets. Kim has, as an added feature to her recreation department, a chessboard. A very nice chessboard that will last 20 to 30, maybe 50 years because it's concrete, right? So yeah, but you're seeing the flavor of what's happening in recreation. Public Works has always been an asset-based rehabilitation type of department. Back in 2012, we did have some road paving and advancements in our surface quality. But we have generally maintained our assets over the last 15 years without the advancement of new paved roads. So November 18th, council will be doing a workshop with Watson Associates, which is the final step of our asset management plan. Council directed us 1 or 2 years ago to complete our road needs study. Which gave a very big picture of the town's infrastructure. We're in the double digits of millions that council sees what we own and what staff has been required to maintain, which is somewhat of a very different role from what council's responsibilities are. Is council does have the responsibility to hear us on what needs to be maintained, but council also reports back to the residents. And council really has to weigh that, what's an appropriate tax increase to keep the municipality operating, and what can be stomached by the residents. While not, and this goes into line with Deputy Nixon in his wish to potentially take loans to finance our rehab and our replacements. The long-term effect of pushing assets, and I've sat here in the last 10 years and talked about this, but the bulldozer effect of what we're doing to our assets and creating a mountain for future generations becomes very, very tough. So the instructions that I plan to give staff following this meeting is to bring back something that we believe is representative of taking care of the assets, which I don't believe will still come into line with what council would like to see for their residents. With our asset management and everything, our knowledge is so great right now on our infrastructure and our assets that it's going to be a very tough situation for council to create a levy out of this. So first comes to mind, I know the Councillor Mengtalo has and Councillor Capes have just instructed us to look into heat source pumps the cost will be 50, 60, 70 grand more. I can guarantee it. We can continue to look into it, but that's going to affect our trail maintenance and our, so that's what I would really like to get for Councillor Mengtalo and Capes is the long-term 20-year return on a heat source. And I think that's really what needs to be said. The overall shock and awe of the cost may be overridden by the long-term energy efficiency. So I'll be instructing staff to try and bring this down into a reasonable amount that we believe is acceptable for the proper maintenance of our assets. Because at the end of the day, this is staff's job, is to make sure that the town's infrastructure stays in good repair, and that we try. With the years and years of 2% and 3%, we're starting to see a spike right now in our tax levy, 13% in our water, 13% in last year's tax levy. And I don't see a position that staff can bring back a draft budget for council that isn't in those same ballparks. Okay. And that's removing a big amount of reserve contributions and so forth. So you will see a different probably budget come forward than what you saw last year. You will see some reserves probably, it's the only thing that I can identify that would be, while staff does not want to remove reserves because we believe that the small incremental input on an annual basis is how we should be maintaining our and paying for our future assets. Maybe opposite of Deputy Nix's opinion, but yeah, that the staff is built. We're built on this. We do our asset management plans in this regard, and it divides everything by the amount of years, and that's why you see a couple $1,000s for a dishwasher from Kim. It's squirreling away of little bits over time to offset the future costs that were really is staff's main function. So. Staff will identify what was removed to get to the certain rate, but we're trying to put a budget into council that you guys will accept, and it won't be as impactful as what we submitted last year.
Okay, so I do have to go back to the Recreation Department capital budget motion. I haven't read that yet.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. The motion is that we receive the 2026 Recreation Department capital budget. Moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposition? Seeing none, that passes. Then the Public Works Water capital budget is the next item.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Krillman. So yeah, as Mike had mentioned, this budget is funded only from the Cardinal Woods and Island Lake drinking water users. None comes from the general tax levy.
Thank you.
So council will recall that they earlier this year, I believe May, they received and approved the water financial plan that identified the needs for the next 10 years. So this capital report includes that infrastructure as well as ministry related recommendations from reports and requirements from the ministry. Like Mike had alluded to, a lot of this infrastructure is 40 years old, 20 to 40 years old, so it's hitting that point where it needs to be replaced or maintained, rehabilitated. So I'm happy to answer any questions with regards to the report and any specific projects that I have recommended for 2026.
Councillor Capes.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Matt, for this report. So I'm just going to start off by saying that this is absolutely necessary, and it's vital that we protect people's health and lives. And to me, investing the amount that you've said in a $44 million, if I read that right, asset, which is priceless to start with, to invest in that saving of lives and preserving of health, I wholeheartedly support your water budget.
Any other questions or comments? Ralph?
Matt, please refresh my memory, but didn't you rehab or replace pumps this last year in one of these systems?
Thanks, Councillor Magdalo. Yeah, we rehabilitated well 2. Island Lake well 2 was scheduled towards the beginning of last year. It failed prematurely. The pump failed. We were fortunate enough to have Coles well 2 and the Island Lake drinking water system, as well as Island Lake well 1 and 3 as backup. The well was down for quite a bit of time to get quotes and get the pumps. The pumps are more expensive these days, like everything else. A lot of them come from the States. So there was delays getting that back online. But yes, we did rehabilitate Island Lake well 2. And we also did the high lift pumps in Cardinal Woods pump house in 2024. And by the time it was all wrapped up, it was into 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments on this? Thank you for this. A lot of questions from the water study with regard to the second tower. How many years off are we from looking at that? And I gather that was a suggestion, not a demand of the Ministry of the Environment.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Krillman. I think we're going to, as I mentioned to council a couple weeks ago, Burnside, the town engineer, will be coming to council on the 18th of November to give an update on the ongoing EA, environmental assessment, that's currently underway. It's been posted on the website. I think we're going to probably know a little bit more as this plays out with respect to water tower and any other changes to the system. So I think that the results of the EA will bring some clarity to the situation, and hopefully council could ask any other questions with respect to the system that they may have on the 18th at the 18th meeting.
Okay.
But
I thought the environmental assessment was for the whole arsenic thing over at Island Lake. What's it got to do with the
it is
potential tower at Cardinal Woods? I'm lost.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Nix. Yeah, it is, but an EA gives an opportunity statement. It's a problem/opportunity statement. So they look at if you read the opportunity statement that's on the town's website, it's looking at the whole picture of the drinking water systems, possible solutions. Right, there's multiple alternatives to find the best solution. Right, so they're looking at everything as a whole. You'll notice on the notice of commencement that was posted on the town's website late last week, it indicated a full study area of the whole drinking water system and notification. So we're not looking with blinders on, we're looking at the whole picture.
So I have a motion that we approve the 2026 Public Works Water Capital Budget funded by the Water Reserve. Moved by Councillor Magdalo, seconded by Councillor Capes. All those, any opposed? The motion is carried. Next item is the DEI Committee resolution of advice. Ralph, would you like to?
Sure, thank you. One of the activities of this committee has been self-education, and this has been stimulated by our CAO, which I appreciate. We've been doing some, each meeting, we do something along the line of education. Somebody may present a subject and maybe present some websites to read ahead of time, and then we come and we discuss it. Presently, we're reviewing the, I think, I've forgotten how many it is, 270, or all the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which I personally tried to get off the agenda, but they continue with it, and it's actually working well. This is an interesting committee. A committee like the Recreation Committee has people on it who have been probably recreating most of their life, and they're pretty understand the sports. I'd say that most of us who are on the DEI committee, we're not in that position. We grew up with all our biases, et cetera, that we all have, but we we support the ideas of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but we're not so sure how to fit that into our mandate. So I think that this is a small amount, but it is it would help this committee to be a better committee.
Thank you. So the suggestion here is that we ask the treasurer to include a $5,000 line in the general administration training and development budget for this. And of course, we will make the final determination during the budget discussion. So the motion reads that we direct the treasurer to include $5,000 in the general administration training and development budget line for DEI committee members, council members, and staff to attend DEI training and workshops as recommended by the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Mactolo, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposed? That motion is carried. Before we leave this section of the...
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
I did have my hand up because I thought there was going to be opportunity for conversation.
Okay,
Is that
go ahead.
still okay? Okay, thank you very much. So I want to understand where the $5,000 number came from. I wasn't at the meeting that this was decided. I also know that there are multiple millions of free educational opportunities out there that I don't understand why we would actually reserve money for any of us to do this beyond what the CAO is determining for training. That's required, and that would be in the budget. So I just put that out there. And I want to know how this goes back to the mandate that the committee works under.
Ralph, Mike?
So, Councillor Cape, so I think Ralph mentioned a few good items, well, mentioned a lot of good items, but mentioned a real item is the group is not educated in this matter. We're not educated in DEI. We're doing our best to advance our learning, our understanding, and yes, there is free things out there, but we're not getting any direction per our mandate, which is to provide council with advice on training and training for staff. We're entering into our commitment under the 94 calls to action, which is, and I forget the number, but the number that recommends that all government agencies train all their staff on the truth and reconciliation and advance the knowledge and the understanding of that. We just don't have that specialty in-house to do that. And yes, I can pick videos and I can put things through to staff, but the committee believed that the learning starts with them before the recommendations can be provided on to staff. And that knowledge base is absent at this time in the committee. So that 5,000 was not earmarked for a special or a specified training result. But similar to the entire training budget, it does give the directors and or staff the opportunity to investigate what an appropriate training session would look like. And anybody that's been included on Deputy Nix and I's emails with respect to Indigenous awareness training, it's costly, and we're trying to advance that.
And again, this is something that will be determined in the course of the budget debate. Councillor
Well,
Capes?
this begs the question about the mandates that we're setting for these committees and then the recruitment that we're doing to these committees. And so maybe we need to examine that in terms of the mandates we're putting forward. And we should review the mandate for this committee. And maybe we need to review hiring, or recruiting rather, not hiring, recruiting people to committees that have the expertise that's required to actually look after the mandate. I'm not sure, but it's an opportunity to do that.
So,
Like, we
Council-
should expect people to know all of this. Like, we can invite people who have this expertise, but to put the burden of having all of this expertise on, you know, our citizens, I think is maybe too much. There are organizations without the whole county who are struggling to bring in knowledgeable professors, people who are in this industry of DEI. And so maybe we're putting an undue burden on our committee.
We struggle with direction on this committee. We do. It's, and we try to learn. But one advancement that we're really, I think is just flourishing is the cooperation with the County of Dufferin, and the County of Dufferin's been very good at a lot of the committees in the municipalities, the lower tiers have either never flourished or have been well, I don't want to say abolished, but they're disbanded or dismantled, and it's been put down to staff to work with the county, which has a Dufferin Equity Working Group committee, which they had just held they've held some presentations, and I believe they've done presentations for county council. So we're the last event, the working committee got themselves into a position where they were able to, I believe Andrew was able to advertise it. So we're really taking advantage of that outreach that the county is better staffed to do, and I believe that relationship will only get bigger as I continue through this process, and I will say that I think our committee is a great it's a good thing what we're doing, but we're right on that hump of how we move forward to widen its outreach to the town staff, town council, and town committees and as a whole. So it's it is a relationship with the county we're trying to advance.
Thank you. We have voted on that. Next item on the agenda is the OCIF allocation notice. Les, I see that we are down $43,762 from last year.
That is absolutely correct, Mr. Mayor. It's almost a 0.5% tax increase. I'd like to put it into a percentage into a
So this
tax.
provincial grant, which is probably the only substantial money we get from them, keeps shrinking year after year. Is that correct?
The other one is the OMPF funding, and that stayed the same for this year, but I expect it will be decreased as well for 2026.
Okay. Once again, normally the MPP phones me to tell me the good news. I didn't get a call this year. Just before we leave new business, both Fred Simpson and myself have been working on the question of a cemetery opening for members of the Reed family. This would be the College Park Cemetery on Highway 10. And the Reed family, which has a substantial presence there, including the former Reeve, George Reed, has asked for burial rights for cremated remains. And there's some things we need to do to facilitate that, but I don't think it's an unreasonable request. There is room there. for cremation, remains, but we need some council approval for it. So at a future meeting of council, this will come forward.
So, okay, I was going to say, we amended the agenda and we didn't have this at all on it.
Well, I just bring
How
it
does
up as new
fit
business.
in?
I just bring it up as new business.
Okay.
Yeah, just to put everybody on notice that it is coming and not to be terribly surprised by it. Okay. Schedule A. Comments, questions on Schedule A? Elaine?
Thank you. I would like to draw attention to number 3. There was a question from one of the members, the chair. I think if you scroll to the bottom of all of the, Barbara Jafflis asked the question. My question is, how can council override this Ontario's Heritage Act designation?
Fred?
The Act states that it's up to council to determine if it wishes to pass a bylaw on any property that it's considering for designation. The Act, to the best of my understanding, doesn't make a requirement that council pass a bylaw making a designation.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that to be on the record.
Okay, it was a council decision. Any other items on Schedule A?
Yeah, number 8, which I didn't understand at all. Well, really, in terms of how this impacts us. So are there parks that are being added to Mono under this protected areas?
I don't think to our knowledge.
By the NECP.
Fred?
So Hockley Valley Park is being expanded, but it's all lands that the province currently owns.
Right.
That's the only effect that I noticed.
So the reserve is being extended up into the provincially owned lands proximate to where Bill Coyle used to live?
Yeah, so both on the north and the west side, the
Okay.
province owns lands. I think there's 2, perhaps 3 parcels that they own, and they're including those into the park.
Okay. Yeah. That's a lovely area.
Okay.
Melinda, are you done, Elaine? Or do
I
you have
just
any
want to
more?
understand, what does that mean for us?
From a tax standpoint, I don't think it's any different than their current rate of taxation, Crown land versus parkland, unless seems to be,
That is correct, Your Worship.
okay. So it's just more parkland, but it is already Crown land.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one I have a question about is number 10. And do we all agree to participate in this? And do we know if our fire chiefs are in agreement?
Go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, the clerk has advised at the beginning of this meeting that this is what we were going to wait on with respect to the discussion on permitting and fees with respect to fire permits. The fire chiefs have actually asked for this, for the clerks to take a look at this, Councillor Capes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else on Melinda?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just had a question about the letter, about number 4, the Hockley Valley. I know, I mean, it just sounds like a, so this is from Mike, I think, is the question, and it's I'm waiting for you, you're waiting for me, we're waiting for whatever. We all say we all know this is a good resource, but we do share it, I gather, because it's on that town line. So, can we have an update for council?
Absolutely, Councillor Davy. So yes, this does fall on my shoulders. I was hoping that the church would take care of itself this summer with a plan for us. But I do have, I had spoke to the clerk, and I do have, and I have met with Mayor and Councillor Mengto, because that's where this started, but that was probably over a year ago. I do have a draft budget for the town taking over the facility that I could present. I just, I've been struggling with the long-term recommendations for council on it. So I would like to try and commit to get it before the end of the year. Would be the most reasonable thing that I could add to provide a recommendation to council.
Well, thank you very much for that. So, I mean, the question then just is, I mean, they're saying that they're looking at outside people. I mean, nothing's done until it's done. So we would want to, I think, be not miss an opportunity or have an opportunity, miss the opportunity to just have a discussion about, I mean, we've got $5,000 for the DEI committee and $5,000 for chess tables. Maybe we've got $250 million for buying some property. I don't know. So we wouldn't, by the end of the year, does anybody get the sense from this letter that would be too late? And that it sounds like or is this yes, thank you, I guess. I don't really have another question, I suppose. Sooner than later would be good, so we don't get disappointed, I
No,
guess.
I don't think that will happen. They'll try and engage us. Ralph?
I'm pleased that this has come up, but I'm not so pleased either. It's been difficult to handle. It actually started when our previous CIO was with us, and he was involved with the discussion, so it goes back quite a ways. I suspect there's some frustration. I would have some frustration if I was Janice and the committee, because they know they've got a good thing here, and they would like it to carry on. The issue is only one thing, and that is the weakening availability of volunteers to run this. We have had various serious considerations about the viability of us taking it on, the wisdom of it, et cetera, and I think that we need to come to a decision. I'm wondering to our CAO if there's a room for getting together the people that are involved, such as Kim and yourself and perhaps Matt and maybe a member of council, just to toss this around and see if we can come up with something, because I think that it's starting to get to the point where time is pushing us, and I think that some of the board members actually have resigned. At least one has. So let's just throw it out that as an idea, Mike.
Elaine?
Well, it is disappointing that they can't get a board together to take care of this like they always have, and that's what I think should still happen, personally. And have they reached out to Volunteer Dufferin to advertise for volunteers for this? I don't know. And I do know of other churches who have boards who have had no issues in trying to keep people interested in their churches, and they run them as community centers, and they offer all kinds of programs out of them. And I don't understand why they can't collect a board of people to continue, especially as they keep expressing that they're very successful. And it is on our unfinished business, and it's there as a low priority.
Mike?
For years. That's the problem, and I don't understand Janet's frustration, but I can definitely understand why she is frustrated. And as Councillor Mengtala said, we did reach out to just so council knows, in the context of the letter, John and I met with the CAO of Tassaj and the mayor at the building. So there has been communications with the Angela. There has been communications, which I would, looking at my schedule and balancing and shuffling through OLTs, I'll bring a report back to council on November 12th. We'll put this thing to open council, and I'll put the commitment to it. And I'll let Janice know. I'll respond to council and Janice that I'll do a report for council on the November 12th meeting,
Okay.
which
Anything
is.
else on Schedule A? No? I have a motion that we accept Schedule A to this agenda, moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposed? Motion is carried. On to reports of members of council and staff. Melinda?
We'll do council reports first. Just a big shout out to Kim and her staff and our volunteers from the community for putting on yet again our 35th annual Halloween party for the children in our community and neighboring communities. It was a great day. And so look forward to our 36th next year. That's the plan. And then also with the Halloween, of course, Halloween this Friday, for all those trick-or-treaters, stay safe. But when you're finished with your jack-o'-lantern, bring it over to Menora Park, because our next event is on November 1st, which is a Saturday, which is our evening 5:30 to 8. Spooky Halloween walk, pumpkin trail walk, we call it, over in Menora Park. And other than all the fun recreation things, I also have, you guys appointed me to the Shelburne Library, and I've had 2 board meetings there. They've got a new CAO, or a new CEO, and she's going to, it looks like she's going to do great things. But the library already is doing great things. And so just to remind Mono residents that is our library, and that you really should, their list of activities coming up for the autumn and the early winter are, sign me up kind of ones. Very, very, very interesting, not just reading a book type activities. And the Dufferin, Central Dufferin Recreation Center, which I also sit on the board, we've got more and more family skating times available weekly. So there has been discussion previously that we don't have enough because, of course, hockey versus pleasure on the skating rinks, but we've got more and more, so look at getting out and getting some exercise there. And that's my report.
Thank you. Ralph?
The volunteers at the Monopollinator Garden have hung up their work gloves, and we've closed for the season. I'll be giving a more detailed report later, hopefully. 2 of the things that have happened, we've had Elaine's talked about getting volunteers, and I wish it was so easy, but we have been able to get a couple new volunteers every year as people go off the end, if you like, that you can't work at it anymore. And we continue to have anything from 6 to 12 people come and work on at least one of the 2 days of the week, which is Tuesday and Thursday morning. We also have a Wednesday night. Sometime we're trying to appeal to people who have 9 to 5 work days. One of the things that we did this year, which I mentioned previously, was we put in a new mound. It's called the Boomerang Mound, just because it's shaped like a boomerang. And it has a very nice wooden sculpture there that we had a little unveiling for. This was donated by relatively new residents in Mono, and much appreciated. The board continues to function without help from the town financially on the basis of donations that it gets every year. The other thing that happened this year, which is really great, the concept of this garden is not that one more acre of flowers will make that much difference globally. but that if we could influence people to think about planting plants which are useful for pollinators, and we could influence people that come to the garden on a regular basis to see that, to get that idea, then we've accomplished something. And probably the biggest way of accomplishing things is through children. And you think of your own past and the things you became interested in when you were 10 or 12 or what. And so we've had been unable to continue with the children's program because of COVID and because of the loss of our primary teacher. And we have a new person, Pat Mouty, who has taken over this, and she's really making things move. And we've had quite a few children's groups come in and take part in various pollinator activities, which are both educational and fun, and I think will have an impact on these children. Thank you.
Fred?
Yeah, just three really quick things. On the Shelburne Fire Department, Shelburne has called another meeting. This will be the third meeting, sometime towards the end of November, the 1st of December. I haven't necessarily signed up for it because I'm not clear what there is to say. The Shelburne's not interested in hearing from me in the sense that we voted for the status quo, and they're not interested in that. I suspect they're going to talk about their buyout offer and how much they're prepared to buy. And I'm not interested in that because I'm not interested in that option. On the same front, Amaranth has tentatively called a meeting for this Friday of the municipalities affected. So that would be Amaranth, I guess Melanchthon, Mulmer, and Mono. I'm not sure what we're going to discuss at that meeting.
Who's called that meeting?
Gail Little. But I'll go to that meeting because we're in effect to sit there and sort of say, what do we do with Shelburne? The third thing I had to report is, and I don't have all the details, but a real shout out to Karen Morrison, who got a grant of $2,000 from the headwaters, from the Anglers and Hunters. $2,000 to the Headwaters Streams Committee that was used to give to the NVCA, or at least to hire the NVCA to do educational courses at Mono Amaranth Public School, which have now finished. Those are all accredited outdoor courses. Naomi, Ralph, what's her last name? Naomi is the teacher at NVCA, does a fantastic job. And I really think that's great on both Karen's efforts, but Anglers and Hunters to give us the 2,000 to give to the NVCA to give outdoor education accredited courses to the students at MAPS. Those are the three things I had to report.
Thank you. I just have two items. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the passing of Louis Baker, who is a frequent attendee to our council meetings and followed Mono politics with enthusiasm and was of enormous help in sharing his views on things, and our condolences go out to Elaine and his family. The other thing I'd report is that I'm following this legislation to basically shut down safety cameras quite closely. And I think a decision is being made today. My phone has rung twice from Queen's Park as to whether it's going to go into public hearings or not. But so far it does not look promising, and I think the program is effectively dead as a result of the Premier's petulance. That's all I have to report. Staff, Les.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have nothing new to report other than.
I'll report after staff then, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Elaine, I'm bad today. Okay, go ahead, Elaine. I apologize.
That's okay, that's okay. I'll be able to make it there, I'm sure, on another occasion. However, so I haven't been at any committee meetings lately. We have a fire board meeting coming up, but I have a comment that I would like to make. I appreciate and I'm grateful for the breadth and depth of knowledge and expertise of our staff and the fulsome responses they provide every time we ask them a question or ask for further clarification, and for the pride that they take in looking after our town. So just to say Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Again, my apologies. When I'm trying to hit a deadline, I tend to skip over things and people, and I become rude. Anyways, Les.
Thank you, Your Worship. Now that all the steps have been fulfilled in preparing the draft budget, this week and into next week, we'll be bumping heads at a boardroom table somewhere to bring council the draft at the next council meeting.
The CAO intimated that you're very close to knowing what type of tax increase we're looking at next year. Can you give us some sense?
Oh, no. Let staff work their magic on it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to give council a heads up that Public Works attempted a couple new operations this year. One being the rubber tire excavator to do ditching instead of contracting out, as well as right now you might see a John Deere tractor running around doing our roadside brushing. So we've contracted or leased to both these pieces of equipment, and it kind of aligns with not only trying to be more efficient in doing stuff in-house, but also with the download of Mono Center Road. So some of these practices are being used already by the county for Mono Center Road, and we're looking at those. So there may be potential. The hopeful potential is that we could maybe look at some of this equipment to purchase in the future as early as next year's budget for street sweeping, brushing, and to reduce some of the costs from overall operation external contractors. So far, we're pretty happy with how it's working. It's pretty efficient. We could do it at our own pace. We had the rubber tire excavator doing ditching and drainage improvements for about a month, and we have the tractor in for about 3 weeks. So we're able to get ahead quite a bit on our own schedule.
Thank you. Kim?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just going back to the events coming up in Mono, and I too, just quickly reverting back to the Halloween party, want to thank Deputy Mayor Nix and Councillor Davey, Mayor Creelman. Your attendance, your support, your volunteerism at these events is just second to none. So I can't tell you how much it means to see you there and have you there and all of your participation. So huge thank you to supporting the Recreation Department and the RAC Committee in those endeavors. Moving forward with more events, as Councillor Davey related to, we have our Pumpkin Trail Walk on November 1st at Menorah Park. This will be our third year, I believe, for it. And each year it's definitely growing in popularity. We will be offering hot apple cider this year for people to enjoy while they're out on the walk. It's strictly by donation, and each year it's definitely increasing in popularity. With last year, I think we probably saw 250 people go through there. So the donations are accepted all day, I should say, from 12 noon to 4 p.m. on Saturday. We will have staff at Menorah Park who will be accepting the people's pumpkins. If you want to get rid of them, please bring them to us. We'll put them out on the trail. We'll light them up. We'll enjoy them that evening, and then we send them off to local farms for use with the animals on the Monday. So it's a great event all around. Right after that, the next week, November the 8th, we have our 3R Christmas Bazaar at Menorah. Over 40 vendors have booked tables with us. Again, definitely growing in popularity. It's a full-day event. We run it from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So the hall's getting decorated for Christmas already. Shelby's already working away on that. So looking forward to having lots of people at the 3R Christmas Bazaar. Following right after that, on the November 10th, we have a watercolor workshop going on. And then on November 27th, we have a sign workshop. We opened up registration for that yesterday, and within 24 hours, we already have 32 people registered for a sign workshop. So we're going to cap it at 50. Looking forward to putting that on for the first time this year. And over and above that, we also have our Ki Chong classes going on at Mono Center on Mondays and Wednesdays. No, those are Tuesdays and Thursdays. Very, very popular. The residents are certainly enjoying the Ki Chong. And we are starting in the first week of November. We have yoga now coming to Mono Center as well, twice a week. So very, very busy in the recreation department as far as programs are concerned, and receiving a lot of very positive feedback from the residents that they're happy with what's going on. And just flipping now over to facilities and parks, I'm happy to let you know that the Lynn Gibson Park Playground is now basically complete. The new playground has been installed. Weather did put us back a little bit last week because of the cold and putting the surfacing in, but they did finish off the surfacing yesterday. We had security out there right up until this morning, making sure no one walks on it. It should be fine by now, and all we have left to do is the third-party inspection on that, and then it will be open to the residents for their enjoyment.
Thank you. Fred?
I just want to remind council that our next meeting in 2 weeks is on a Wednesday, not on a Tuesday, and you can anticipate it being a full meeting, full day meeting. And you can, also you'll be receiving emails from me shortly soliciting members to attend Remembrance Day services to lay wreaths the day prior, November 11th, of course, in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Mike?
Just quickly, back to Schedule A, there was an item number 5, the Tier 3 water model budget overview. My expectation is that Aqua will be eventually presenting this and providing it to the 3 municipalities. You see that Orangeville went for a permit to take water, which would be, I believe, associated with the Poland well that's in Orangeville. So these are all big discussions that will go hand in hand with our EA that we're doing on the town of Mono's 2 drinking water systems as well, mainly starting with Island Lake arsenic and finding a solution, as Matt noted, a bigger solution. Matt's been working with Brookfield, Fieldstone developers, with respect to issues that are council's aware of down at the wastewater treatment plant. One of the issues is the smells that have been coming out of the plant, and they've released a statement today to the Public Works with respect to the work that they have done to try and mitigate. And tomorrow morning, Matt, myself, and town engineer are reviewing the 3 solutions, three options that they provided the town, and we'll be vetting those and providing comments to Brookfield Homes on those solutions, which would include the issues that we're having with the RBCs, the effluent quality issues, and obviously the current smells with the operating. So those are items that and that information has been posted and reposted on our web page, and I believe Andrew has it on the slider as well. So continue to tell residents to reach out to us, and stay tuned for more information on this, and we appreciate their patience.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Moving on, I have a motion that council move into a closed meeting pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended at 12:41 p.m. for Line 2 Developments Inc. OLT Appeal, Section 239, Subsection 2, Subsection F, advice that is subject to a solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Davy, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposition? That motion is carried. We'll go in camera. We are back live. Thank you, everyone. I have a motion that we rise from an in-camera session at 11 minutes past 1 p.m. and that council accept the advice from the town solicitor and direct town staff and the town solicitor to proceed accordingly. Moved by Councillor Davies, seconded by Councillor Capes. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. I have a motion that we introduce and give the necessary readings to a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Town of Mono in Session 18-2025, held on the 28th of October 2025, that it be signed by the Mayor and Clerk, sealed and engrossed in the bylaw book. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Davey. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. And finally, I have a motion that we adjourn this meeting at 11 minutes past 1. Moved by Councillor Davey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Nix. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
See you, Elaine.